Okay. Hopefully, this is better. I pray this is better. Awesome. Oh, let's turn this one on, shall we? Cool. Do I look okay? Do we think I look okay? Do I think I look okay? That's what really counts. I look good enough. I think that I've had insomnia the past like 3 weeks on and off, and wow, that is getting to my mental state. But we are here to do some game development today. I'm super, 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 super excited for it once again. I think we're going to make great progress. I'm super incredibly happy with all of the progress that we made yesterday. I think we can carry that through today. No problem. Super, super, super easy. That's what we're going for. And we are going to start. All right. Yesterday, let's actually open the scene that we left off on. I do not need this open right now. Here. I should really rename it. Oh wait, did they added a new button, didn't they? I don't think set project display name used to be there. Does this actually work though? Nav mesh testing. It does work. That's crazy. I'm pretty sure it used to be you just rename the folder. Okay. Right now, what we have is the agent moves to one of three predetermined points immediately upon the level starting. The other thing that it can do is define its own points to go to, and it picks which one it goes to based on how far away the path is for it to take to get there, not based on how far it is in absolute distance. We should actually test that specifically. I think I will test that specifically right now. I don't really want to though, because I don't have like the easiest way to do it would be to use Maya, which I don't have installed on this computer. Installing Maya on Linux is like pretty hard, not very fun. So what we're gonna do instead, we'll leave that right there for funsies. What we're gonna do instead is ignore that, because I think it's working. If I just I'm like 99.99% sure that it's working right anyway. Is there a step? If there's a step feature, then I'll test it out super quick. I imagine there is. I did this yesterday. I don't know why I'm wearing headphones right now. Actually, zero reason to be wearing headphones. Test, test. Okay. I was worried that I was talking to nothing for a little bit there. Hypothetically, all we would have to do. Oh, wait, I didn't look for the test feature. Or the step feature. I think I'd want to go to agent type, um, which is defined in the nav mesh node, right? Maybe? Because there was a navigation tab. Maybe I can just open the navigation tab and it'll be there. Big brain. Biggest brain you've ever seen. Smoothest brain you've ever seen, too, simultaneously. Oh, Twitch auto started a follower goal? I didn't know it did that. Okay, so step height. Okay, this is a feature. We're gonna set it to like 200. That doesn't make sense. We're gonna set it to the height of the player is 1, so 2 will definitely be enough. And then all we should have to do besides that is duplicate this, drag it over, duplicate this, drag it over, duplicate this, drag it over, and duplicate this, rotate it, leave it there. Now if we recalculate the nav mesh, step height should be less than agent height. Well, if you insist. That should still be enough. Wait, I can bump it up to like 1.5 though, I think. Yeah, no issues. Okay. Bake. Perfect. Now we just need to add Heidi 4 in. I don't know if this is going to cause issues. I don't know if I coded it specifically for 3 objects or not. I feel like I shouldn't have coded it specifically for 3 objects, but maybe I did. Maybe that was a mistake on my part. I even want to make this more obvious. I want to move this over here. It should be as close to the player as possible. I doubt it can jump that. So the Heidi will be right there. And then we should just need to plug it in as a new element in this array. And everything should still work fine. We'll see. Okay, it is possible that it was just really, really unlikely. It was just a really low probability and it hit that low probability even though it was a very, very low probability. So we're going to back up the camera to make sure that we can see what's going on. We're going to run it again. And if it does it like every... Oh no. Okay, so it might not be working properly. Oh, you know what? They might be weighted in inverse directions. I wouldn't be surprised if they were. Let me check that. Because right now... So this is an array of the distances to the node. This is where the probability is actually calculated. And this is defining the total, calculating total length of the distance. We're going to check something real quick. Visual Studio Code, Control Enter to extract method. Control R, then Control M. So it's called refactor extract method. Somewhere in here is going to let me change my hotkeys. I just know it. I know it because these programs let you change an obscene amount of hotkeys. If this isn't available in Visual Studio Code, I'll cry. Preferences, keyboard shortcuts. We want to say extract method. All right, I'm going to scream. Extract. Developer extract inline suggest state. This is for Visual Studio. I'm a fool. Absolute fool. Oh, good. Somebody's asking. So maybe I need a C# package? That's what I'm getting from this. C#. C# dev kit? Already installed. You can set color theme on this? Oh, doesn't mean anything. Oh, it has a color theme in the package. Okay, let's get rid of that. Why do I, oh, do you have to confirm it somewhere? Every time okay. I kind of like this one. It's a little bit too dark though. I may have gotten off task immediately. It's possible. Do I just have to click it twice? I think I like this better than what I was using. I think that I was using the, Dracula? I think there's a Dracula in here. I think acid purple is too green for me. Yeah, this is the one I was using. I think we're gonna go with GitHub purple for a while. Anyway, that was super important, so I'm glad we took a detour for that. We do still need to figure out the hotkey situation. Oh, I got distracted really fast. I need some kind of C# toolkit. Utilities. I already have it installed though. C# extensions. We'll try this one. How do you refresh your plugins? I know you have to do that. Let's see if this works. Nope. That's okay though. I'll just cry. Having lights shining directly on my face kind of convinces me maybe I need light mode. For perhaps the first time in my life. I've had that thought. Okay, what I was doing before I got into that is the path length inverted? Yes, it is. It is inverted. You know why it's inverted? Because if the distance is short, then the probability then if you divide the distance by the total length of all of the paths and the distance is short, that's going to be a smaller probability. So how do I invert the weighting? Like my first thought was 1 minus, right? But that's not going to work because that will create a probability greater than 100% immediately. Or will it? If you 1 minus a bunch of things that add up to 1, is that how that works? I might actually just need 1 minus, which feels crazy. Cuz like let's say I had a set of probabilities, right? And the probabilities are 0. 0.2, 0. 0.3, and 0. 0.5. And I 1 minus all of those. I would get 0. 0.5 and 0. 0.7 and 0. 0.8, which would be greater than 1. So that would not work. So how can I keep them relative to each other but invert their likelihoods? This is the question, isn't it? This is the actual thing that I need to figure out. Divided by something? Or like take the reciprocal? That might work, right? Because like if I take the reciprocal of zero. 0.2, that's 1/5, I would get 5. And I would get, for 0.3, I would get 10 thirds. And then I would get 2. Now how do I make these things equal 1 again? I can add them up and then divide by 1? Yeah. Or divide by whatever the number is. So I would be doing something not completely dissimilar to what I do with the paths. I really want to figure out how to extract methods. Because it would make things go so faster. So much faster. Extract method. I think I have the solution though. I think that should work. I think that 100,000,000% works. C sharp. I probably want C sharp dev kit and C sharp dev kit IntelliCode for C sharp. Oh my gosh. IntelliCode, C sharp, IntelliCode. I don't AI assisted. I don't want AI. Yeah, this isn't really what I'm looking for. Yeah, I don't want that either. Is there a C# dev kit that I'm missing though? I have this one, right? Yeah. Extract? Extract is not found. Code analysis, code completion, unit testing, navigation, find usages, rename factoring, rename refactoring, code formatting. I might want this. Safely rename symbols across your project while automatically detecting and correcting conflicts. I mean, this feels like better than the other thing, sure. But I'm really only looking for one very specific thing. C# dev tools. The GoToVS extension for C# developers. Don't I already have this? Is this a different version of the same thing? This looks like probably what I want. Let's try it. Have I already tried this? I might have already tried this one, honestly. And then immediately uninstalled it. I'm not seeing any extract. Refactor? I mean, that's useful to know about, but like... Command palette? No. Alas. I guess I'm just not gonna find it. That's fine. So we want to return a float. Calculate total path lengths. Then throw this in here. We probably want to intake an array, a float array, paths, path distances. Okay, this should be good now. We want to return though, right? This isn't, why isn't this throwing an error? Shouldn't this absolutely throw an error because it doesn't return anything? Why isn't this variable throwing an error? Is everything broken now? Did I install too many things? Restart extensions? Total length should be giving me an error right here. It's not defined in the class. Okay. Now we're doing something that makes sense. Float, total lengths. Return total lengths. We should initialize it at 0. That is really... I wish this color were brighter. I wish I could just pick my own palette. Is that a thing? Can I just pick my own palette? That'd be way nicer. Okay, I don't need this debug statement. The next thing that I want to do is invert each of the individual distances and then make them be 1. I probably want to return a different array then. Distance probabilities, something like that. Yeah, I want it to be called something like distance probabilities. Float. Float array distance or path probabilities equals I want this function to be calculate path probabilities it's going to return a float array. Can I even do that? Is this gonna let me control plus that didn't control plus period? Okay, cool. That is what I kind of wanted to go in the direction of. So the way it had me do that, it used to be alt enter, but it's control period. And if I highlight this and I say control period, yes, yes, you see this, you see this, you see this, you see this? This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. I don't know what toolkit this is, but this is what I wanted. So I want to change control period to alt enter. Or to anything really. What is control period though? What is that actually called? If I get rid of this, it should tell me, right? Quick fix. It'd be even cooler if it were bound to something just my left hand could use, right? Control Q? I think I know what Control Q does. That's funny, actually. That's really funny. I hope it was saved. It didn't ask me to save. I hope that's not like force close or something. Where's the hotkey for Control Q? There's no way it's not either quit or exit, right? There's no way. It says exit right here, but I type in exit. Am I blind? I must be blind. Diff editor exit compare move? No. Let's say file. So it's just hard coded? Hard coded Control Q? That's fine. That's fine. This is stupid to worry about. Um, we'll just make it Alt Enter. You're gonna let me, yeah. Can I just clear all of these? Oh, Control plus Q? Workbench.action.quit. Interesting. So if I type in quit, there's just a bunch of stuff that comes up. Okay. So I want to quick fix, edit, Alt Enter, Enter. Yay! Oh, thank God. Thank God. Okay. Now life is okay. Jesus. So this should take in another float array of path distances. I think that's what we want. Are arrays references or the other one. I know that's really vague. C# are arrays referenced. What I'm saying is if I change it in a different method, I don't understand why this is the case at all. Are arrays passed by default by reference in C#? The reference is passed by value. I can just test it. I don't know why I wouldn't just test it. So we pass in hiding distances, although if it passes in the value and the value never gets overwritten, then it shouldn't make a difference anyway. It would only be if I overwrote the value that it would be an issue, I think. I think? I think? I don't know. It's fine. I'm sure it won't be an issue. We'll just say debug.log hiding location distances 0, and then we'll check the same thing after. And does this change it? I don't think this changes it. Yeah, this doesn't do anything, it just adds. Let's make this path probabilities. And then we want for, we're just going to copy this for loop. The only difference is going to be that this will be path probabilities. We're not plus equaling though. We want to make, we just want it to be inverted. So path probabilities I equals path probabilities I semicolon, and then we're doing 1 divided by this. There's probably a math function for this already. And then we'll just return path probabilities. Easy. Easy mode. Okay. If I run this, why is this not working? Oh. Hiding, location distances. So these two should be the same when we debug it now. Oh boy. Okay, so they were not the same. Interesting. Why? These are the same debug, right? Okay, so it is passed as reference, but it's not overwritten, so why? I guess it is overwritten here. So if I said like float array path probabilities, right? Equals new float array path probabilities dot length, and then we want to rename this one to path distances. Now I would expect them to be the same. And now they are. Perfect. I'm very British today. All right, so if that's the case, the next thing that we're going to do, we have the path length, we have the path probabilities. We probably just need to run this. Oh, wait, I forgot the most important part of this actually. Every time we do this, we need to sum. Yeah, we need to sum the new values, right? So it's going to be float. What would we call this? Probabilities sum equals 0f. Then it's going to be probabilities sum plus equals path probabilities I. And then at the end, we need another for loop. We're going to change this to path probabilities for shits and giggles, even though they should be the same. And then each value is going to equal itself divided by this number we calculated, the probability sum. Looking at the word probabilities, it's like there's so many I's and L's adjacent to each other, and I guess AT, that it's really hard to look at it on this screen and know if you actually spelled it right. To really think about it. Now this should return an array of probabilities. And then with this array, we can do this exact same thing. It should be the case that we can just replace this with this and this with this. Is that right? Wait. What's actually happening here? What is this value? Length traveled? For j, if random is less than the length traveled, where does this value come from? Oh, okay, so I also need to put this here. Instead of, this needs to be more specific. I also want to reset my hotkey for renaming. Actually, is it F2? If it's F2 to rename all of them, it's fine. Path probability traveled. I guess that's fine. Is there a reason why? Because this is j plus 1. That's why I wouldn't. But if I just put this here and I make it j instead of j plus 1, it should do exactly what I want. And then all I have to do out here is set it equal to 0. I feel like that's cleaner code. All right, now it should just be cool. It should almost never go to the random spot on the side that takes forever to get to. Index outside the bounds of the array. I didn't put all of the positions in somewhere, would be my guess. Where does this get done? Is this in the final? Set path happens after decide path. There's a debug directly before it. So it hit -1, which means that this didn't work out the way that I wanted it to. Or something I did didn't work out the way I wanted it to, somewhere. It's probably in here. Let's debug.log probability traveled. And then we also want to debug.log path probabilities. And let's debug the length too, just to make sure. I didn't debug the value. This is interesting. This says 0.94. This should be 0. It's set as 0 right here, and it's debugging at 0.94. How is that possible? Wait, hold on. It actually cycles through this a few times. So first it's at 0, and then it's at path probabilities is at 0.25. That's fine. Probabilities that length is 4. That's appropriate. And then the next debug is 0.25. So it ran through this again. Why would it run through this? Oh wait, that makes sense. That's weird though. So probability traveled should absolutely be 0 the first time that we hit it. And it is. And then path probability is j should be 0.2507. Okay, so these both make sense. We can get rid of this. This doesn't matter. It's just confusing things. And then it goes from 0.25 to 0.34, which then makes the probability 0.59, which is fine. And then the next one is also 0.35, which suggests it hits something of equivalent distance. And it's 0.05, which seems right. 0.051 plus 0.948 is about 1. And then none of these are less than the random somehow? Like, it seems like this worked perfectly fine. But then random was never less than the probability traveled divided by the total length. That makes sense, right? Because we're not dividing by the total length anymore. It should just be less than. That makes sense. Okay, maybe it was just a really low shot. Because, like, if you look down here, it's 0, 0.25, 0.25, 0.34. It should be running through it more than one time, shouldn't it? Unless it gets it on the first hit. So let's just print the whole array and see what all of the probabilities are up front. And then we're just debugging. That's it. That's all we're doing. The name J does not exist. Oh no. .25, 0.34, 0.35, 0.05. So I would expect, yeah, the probability of 0.05 is perfect. Exactly what we wanted. The other ones mostly make sense too. Because this one, decently far away. This one, eh. This one, pretty far away. Although this is marked as the closest, actually. That's a little weird. Although maybe the path is considered to be shorter because of the jump. Like if we put this here, I would expect height E3 to be very, very short. Yeah, this is 0.689. That makes sense. I still don't know why it gets stuck, but that is simply a nav mesh issue. That's not an issue of anything else. Or an agent issue, either one. It's not an issue with this code specifically. Okay, we've made some progress. So now the path probabilities are correct. That's good. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Alright, so I'm just considering what the next step is here. We don't need this anymore. We know that's working fine. We don't need the total length anymore. That's completely useless to us. I don't think this ever gets used, right? I mean, it doesn't get used here. So who cares? So all of this is probability calculation. Kind of want to make it its own method. Labeling really is 99% of coding. Just good labels, unfortunately. Communication is so important. I'm gonna have some CBD because I feel like it. How's that sound? My brain is absolutely crawling right now. I mean, we basically just fixed a logical bug, right? That's cool. But what is the actual thing that we want to do? Alright, it's time to open GIMP. So that I can sort my way through this, because my brain is just like going round and round and round and round and round. We want, we have, we have, pray. Are you kidding me? What? There's no way. There's no. What is wrong with GIMP? Is it this number? Is this number the issue? Huh. Oh, here. 0, please. Thank you. We have predefined destinations. We have paths to get to those destinations. And we have sorting of paths based on lengths. What we need for today, different types of nodes state management and threat response, which goes into state management. So the first thing that we'll do, we'll just add 3 arrays. We want 3 arrays, right? And they're going to be exactly like this. Do I need this? I might be able to just make this a more generic array and overwrite it endlessly, but these I will not be able to do that with. We'll say resting locations, drinking locations, and eating locations. And I might want to, I guess my names are fine. If I see any names that are wrong, I'll just change them. So right now in define hidey holes. What I actually want to do is get. I want to get hidey holes. Or get hidey hole paths. Because this isn't returning anything. It's filling, yeah, it's just filling an array with the distances to the locations. Which shouldn't ever, yeah, this array should be able to be generic, right? Get location paths. We're gonna abstract this, okay? Get location paths. I want it to be less abstract than that though. Like all of these get node, get paths to nodes. And then we'll call these hiding nodes, resting nodes, drinking nodes, and eating nodes. And then we'll call these, this should just be path distances. Where does this, oh, okay, so this is just nested methods. And this actually isn't doing what I say it's doing, right? Path distances, what is this? This is a float array. Okay, so it's just making a new float array. So this, all of these should actually be nested in a different function, a macro function. That should be something like, it should be get paths to nodes probably. Like that's what we're actually doing. Or we're determining, determining root. Yeah, that's what we want. So we'll make a method called determine root. Pray root. And then it was alt enter, generate a method. Now this will contain these. I think that I want I really want to get rid of everything that is non-essential to what I'm doing right now. I just don't want to have to look at it, but I don't want to delete it either. Okay, I think these are all of the things that I actually need.
I'm leading a coup.
So this float array, I'm not sure that I need it to be global, or you know what I mean. I don't think it needs to exist outside of these methods. So let's get rid of this. Let's define as a float array. And then let's look for red squigglies. So this can take float array path distances. And then decide path can do the same. And then there are none here. My brain is actually working at like 2 brain ticks for every 6 real world ticks. What I'm trying to do right now, actually, is make this more generic, right? So this should actually be taking in an array. This is an array of transforms. This should be transform array nodes, node locations, and it'll take in hiding nodes. Do I want to call it node locations though? I probably want to call it I don't know what I want to call it. Travel nodes. And then we go to get paths to nodes. This should be using travel nodes, which means it's probably going to need to take in an array. Okay, so this is code that I copied. This is really why that's like that. I guess they're called corner. I mean, they were called waypoints in the docs, but I guess they're also called corners. Let me double check on that. Nav mesh path unity. Corners of the path, also known as waypoints. Okay. So this shouldn't be called get paths to nodes. This should be called get distances to nodes. Then decide path is probably going to have the same issues. Calculate path probabilities. So it takes in path distances. Path distances was defined up here. This doesn't return a value, does it? This path distances actually doesn't even need to... Oh, it already doesn't exist up here. Does this only work? Wait. This should return a float array. This only works because it's passing a reference, I think. Yeah, that's true. Which is fine. If it works, it works. I don't think that's bad programming. The big thing that I need to be doing right now is removing any direct references to hiding locations or anything like that. Looks like in set path, that's an issue, which is the last one. Although that shouldn't be an issue. So it inputs hiding location into set path. Which is this. And then this should be the transform, this should be a generic transform array. And this should be a generic parameter. Like, they call it travel node, so travel node. And then this should be, like I said, a transform array, travel nodes, and then set agent destination. That doesn't need to change at all. I'll throw these above update. This, once again, doesn't use the transform array at all. It's, yeah, that makes sense. It's just calculating probabilities. So this needs to input travel node. Yeah, travel nodes. And then we're Bing shilling it, I hope. Oh, this is a super easy rename. Travel node. I don't think that it says anything about hiding anymore. Which means we should be good. Okay. 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 I think it's just working perfectly. It is working perfectly because I'm amazing at my job. I'm amazing at everything that I do all the time. I've literally never done anything wrong in my entire life, I swear to God. Anyway. Okay, so hypothetically, we should be able to define another list of drinking locations, another list of eating locations, and we should be able to plug any of these arrays into the travel node array. And then depending on which one we plug in, it will pick one of those locations and it will go to whichever one. It won't go to whichever one is closest, but it will be most likely to go to the more close locations. So I'm just going to make a drinking array. And then we'll rename these to 2 and 3 and 4. Excellent. Then we grab the agent. The agent should have a bunch of arrays now. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's actually make it an array of 3 just to make sure that, or 5 even. Make sure that it can handle different values. I'm sure it can. There's zero reason why it shouldn't be able to, but it's always good to check these things. Okay. So now if we run this, before we run this, we're going to switch the input from hiding nodes to drinking nodes. We should probably have a... There should be something in there to check and make sure that the array isn't empty. Index was outside the bounds of the array. It flagged from determined prey route. So if I go here, I definitely put them under drinking. And then if I go... Did I test hiding? I might not have tested hiding yet. Or I did test it and I didn't save it, which would be silly, but like, you know, it happens. Okay, so it is just an issue with my refactor. I thought my refactor was good. My refactor was not good enough. I wish that it told me which part of this was the issue. So let's start error checking. Debug.log path distances. This is an array of floats. There should be 4 of them. Let's just do each of them. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it didn't even get to that point? How did it not get to that point? Are the hiding nodes no... They're plugged in, right? The hiding node list is empty. Why is that? Because I renamed it? What if I do, drinking? Okay, we got some nans. It's been a bit since I saw that. So all of the path distances are 0, which is not good, which means that something is going wrong. Oh, no, they should be 0. I'm an idiot. This is fine. What I probably want to check is here. So this is not a number. Why would this not be a number? I mean, I guess this will tell me. Or is that underneath this? Find path length. No, it's not. Okay, so these are they're still returning 0. My guess is travel nodes. Travel nodes. Travel nodes I.position. That should be fine. The array of path distances. Is this not getting, is it getting updated in here though? I hate that the log has to be capital. So they're all returning 0 still. Although it didn't even get to here, did it? Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so this should be travel node set length. I'm gonna check all of the for loops for this just in case that's happening anywhere else. Path probabilities. Yo, thanks for the Twitch follow, Olivio Oliviohi. I hope I said that right. Okay, let's just run it. Because, like, this should... That definitely solved that issue. Unless it's got another issue. And it could have another issue. It could have another issue. Did it work? I think it did work. Cool. Okay. Okay. I think we're just good. This is when I plug hiding nodes. Is that what it was called? Yeah, hiding nodes back in. And I check that as well. We want to get rid of that because that will throw an error. And then we need to throw it in the list here. And the hiding location still works. So you can swap out any set of arrays of any set of things, and it still functions properly, which is exactly what we want. So the next thing that we need to do, if we go back to GIMP, we now have different types of nodes, which is awesome. And what we need is state management for the prey. The way to achieve this, I would think, would be to create a state manager. Now, I have done this before. I've never done this in a way that the player isn't controlling it. It shouldn't be that different. It might even be easier because like you don't have to account for everything that the player might do. You just have to account for what the code you write might do. I think I'm gonna watch a couple videos just to refresh myself before I start on it. I think that's a good idea. Wow, this is an old video. I don't think I've seen this. We want something for Unity, probably. Oh, I've seen this one for sure. I think this is like a series of videos, though. I don't really want to watch that much. We'll do this.
Programming is an essential part of game development. Whether we're using visual scripting or code, there are always optimizations that can be made and patterns that we can learn to utilize that will make our lives so much easier as long as we know how they work and when to use them. Welcome to a new series on iHeart Game Dev.
Oh my
Programming
god,
for
people talk so slow.
In this series,
I know
take a
I'm
look at
guilty of
breaking
that
down
too.
relatively complex software development topics and understand them so that we know how and when to use them while developing our games. To start the series, we're going to take a look at the infamous state pattern and learn how it can help us when our game starts to grow in scope and size. And now, let's get started. As our games and the components within them get more complex, the state pattern offers us an important solution that can help manage this rising complexity problem. But to fully understand the benefits of the state pattern, let's start by breaking down what state actually is. State can be described as the current condition of an object or system, and this object or system can be quite literally anything that we want. Take a character and their physical condition: healthy, injured, sleeping, stationary, moving, jumping. Again, their physical condition. Or we can observe their mental condition: happy, sad, angry, their mental condition. We can think of the current weather: sunny, raining, snowing, or time of day: morning, afternoon, night. Each of these are examples of what can be considered a different state of the corresponding object or system. To really exemplify that state can be the current condition of anything in our games, let's say that we add apples to our game. Even apples can have state. They can be growing, whole, or chewed.
I didn't realize that's not even in the
It's
scene.
just the current condition of an object or system.
He just animated that over it.
But what does state do? State inherently decides the behavior of the object or system. For example, if the character we mentioned earlier is in an injured state, they will likely run slower than they would if they were in a healthy state. Or, to bring back our apple, the behavior of the apple that is in the whole state may add to the player's health when collected, but when it is in the chewed state, it will not add anything. So state is the current condition of an object or system and designates its current behavior. Now that we understand what state is and what state does, what exactly is the state pattern and why do we want to use it? The state pattern is the implementation of state within code. What is so great about the state pattern in programming is that it allows us to modify an object or system's behavior in each state without impacting any of the other states unintentionally. In other words, a single state's behavior can be seen as independent from all other possible states. It is self-contained. Let's try to visualize the benefits of the state pattern through a little bit of pseudocode. If you haven't used pseudocoding before, pseudocoding is a way for us to describe a program or algorithm in an easy-to-understand way using common language. It's a great way to discuss and plan before actually taking the time to code, and helps identify possible issues with the logic itself. So, let's take our simple apple. When first instantiated, but sometimes good enough isn't what we want, and that's especially true as we increase our game scope and complexity. For example, let's say we wanted to add a challenge to this game. We want apples to rot over a certain period of time once they hit the ground, so that if a player picks up a rotten apple, it will detract health instead of add health. To write this functionality, only focus on its own logic, self-contained. When the state of the apple changes, only logic relevant to that state.
Yeah, I just want the point with the state manager, really.
It's still checking to see if it should increase the apple.
I mean, I could just look at my own code.
Some of these conditionals are dependent on the others. We'll notice that we only want the apple to be rotten if the apple isn't chewed.
I'm just gonna look at my own code.
Easy to miss and
I'm
confusing
bored.
as we
I have the attention span of a, I don't know, 3-year-old maybe? Maybe less. Because, like, there are actually very few things that I'm looking for. This should be an incredibly, incredibly simple state machine. Like, this one is obviously very, very complicated. Has maybe too many variables, maybe too many lines of code. This actually derives from another class though, right? I think, or maybe it doesn't. So this is the part that I always get confused about with these, is like, there is a state manager, but it doesn't derive from the state class. Yes, that's what I was trying to figure out. So the state manager manages the transitions between states, but it doesn't derive from the state class because it isn't a state itself, right? So what I actually want to look for, if we go to any of these at all, it inherits from an interface. How do I go to the interface? I forget. Go to, okay, F12. And all this does is add a transition time to iState, which is what we'll be deriving from. And this just has 3 methods. And it ensures that we have 3 methods. So how does State Manager use these? So this is all of the initialization, which we couldn't care less about, because that is going to be unique to Hati. So in start, we enter our first state. That checks out. That makes sense. And then on update, we tick the current state. And then that's it. We just tick the current state. And then in each of these states, when you tick, you'll run some kind of switch state function. Not in this one. Or this one inherits? This one expires on its own, right? So, wait, how is this working? It must have classes that inherit from it. Yes, it does. Okay. So we have a check state switch function. All right. So what I'm going to start with, I'm going to make a state interface because I'll be deriving from that anyway. I'll copy the exact code as a matter of fact. I'll be right back, actually. All right, friends, we're back. What's the plan for the rest of this? We're going to copy the iState interface, exit out of all of this, exit out of this scene. I thought I said to exit out of this. What the heck, friend? Thank you. We are creating the iState script in this project file. And then we're going to want, so right now I have the logic contained in control agent, which is awesome. That's fine. But it's not what we really want. What we really want is to create another script called pray state manager. And we're not going to want to use anything static at all in here. Pray state manager on update should tick all of its subclasses. I'm actually going to need to open up the other project again, which is unfortunate, but whatever. So I created the script. I was told that the most optimal way to do this is to not leave the script sitting in memory, which means that you need to create a new version of the script every time that you want to use it. I wonder if that's what this guy does.
Add more functionality to an object or system. And we can quickly think of a more complex example than an apple, like a character. Characters can walk, run, jump, climb, crawl, swim, etc. Why would we need to check if a character is trying to jump if they're swimming? The answer is that we probably wouldn't, but the code to check if the player is jumping would need to include an additional check to be sure that the character isn't swimming if we were to write it like our pseudocode. Layers of unnecessary complexity. So how do we use the state pattern to fix this? Imagine our apple. Now with 4 different states: growing, whole, rotten, and chewed. Each state independent and only focused on its own logic, self-contained. When the state of the apple changes, only logic relevant to that state will be used at that point in time. No more checking of irrelevant conditionals like before. We can implement the state pattern with a finite state machine. Finite means that there are a limited number of states, but it's really only limited to the number of states we want for the system or object. So again, in our apple's case, our finite state machine would have 4 states. And how does the state machine work? Well, essentially, the machine can be in one state at a time. As we know, each state changes the behavior of the object or system, and in a state machine, the states also include transitions to the other states. For example, the whole state will contain a transition to the chewed state and the rotten state, but the chewed apple state isn't supposed to contain a transition to the rotten state, as we remember from the pseudocode, so we just wouldn't contain a transition to that state in the chewed state's code. Easy and manageable. To create a state machine, we define the states we want in the machine, define the conditions that will switch or transition between states, and designate what state is the starting or initial state. Okay, we understand state, and we understand state machines on conceptual levels. Let's learn to implement state machines with C# in Unity. Take a look at this chart. We have context, abstract state, and concrete states. The context is what creates and manages the instances of concrete states used when the game is running. The context passes relevant data about our object or system to the currently active state. This is typically handled in a monobehavior script, meaning that the context script includes lifecycle methods like start, update, and all the other functions built into the monobehavior class. The abstract state is essentially a blueprint, or to use a programming term, prototype, of what all concrete states should derive from. Being abstract means that we cannot create an instance of this class. Rather, it's more of a base to build off of for the concrete states. The abstract states define methods that all concrete states are intended to have. And we use it as the type definition for the current state handled in the context. And the concrete states are the individual states themselves. That define and handle the behavior for that particular state. They'll have their own functions and methods, but are required to have the abstract state's properties and methods as well. As mentioned, the context will instantiate each concrete state, so concrete states can have instances. In this example Unity project, we have an Apple prefab that currently has no scripts attached. Let's set up the Apple state machine. We can start by adding a new script titled Apple State Manager. This will essentially be the context of the Apple state machine. For now, we'll leave this as a blank monobehavior script. Back in the Unity editor, we'll create another new script titled Apple Base State. This will serve as our abstract state. We can go ahead and remove the monobehavior code because we don't want this state to derive from monobehavior. We can also remove the top 2 using imports because we don't actually use them. And finally, in our class declaration, we'll add abstract because this is an abstract class. We won't instantiate this Apple-based state, but we will instantiate the concrete states we're about to make that derive from this class.
I'm just double checking that I need to put using Unity there.
So as we mentioned earlier, we have 4 different states for the apple, so we'll add 4 new scripts, 1 per concrete state. We'll title them the following: apple growing state, apple whole state, apple chewed state, and apple rotten state. In each, we'll replace monobehavior with apple-based state. We're going to be juggling quite a few different files, so we'll keep the active file name in the top right of the screen. So how do we use all of these new files? Opening our context or Apple State Manager file, we'll create a new variable titled current state, and it will be of type Apple base state. This will hold a reference to whichever of our 4 states the Apple is currently in. Remember, a state machine can only be in one state at a time. And right below current state, we can go ahead and instantiate a new instance of each of our 4 concrete states. Each will use their own type. At this point, our states do nothing. Let's fix this. In our Apple base state script, the abstract state, we can add 3 new methods: enter state, update state, and add base state. This will hold a reference to whichever of our 4 states the Apple is currently in. Remember, a
Wait.
state machine can only be in one state at a time. And right below current state, we can go ahead and instantiate a new instance of each of our 4 concrete states. Each will use their own type.
That's interesting. Because, like, the way that I'm currently doing it, at least, with Hati, is, hypothetically, the way I feel like I should do it is I feel like I should be creating new states as I need them and then deleting them when I don't need them anymore. That was what I was told was the most efficient way to handle this. Granted, I don't know how much it really matters. Maybe it does. Because, like, ideally, I wouldn't want 4 different scripts for, I don't know how many I would actually need. It might be more like 6. I wouldn't want 6 different scripts for each instance of a prey object. So it feels like I should create them and then delete them each time. But we'll see. Because, like, every time I create them, I could pass all of the parameters that I need in. And I shouldn't need to have, maybe I do need to have a current state variable anyway. Because with Hati, I know I have a current state variable somewhere, but it's not, is it type I state? It might be. I don't think it is, though. If I can find update, I'll figure it out. State utilities.current state. What is state utilities? Oh, it just switches state stuff. That checks out. I probably won't break it out like that for the prey. It should keep it a little more simple. I wonder why I'm drawing this. I wonder why I drew this before. Yeah, this is like, if I create and delete every time. Oh, you know what? I keep thinking things and then countering them in my own head. So if I make current state, it's, I just overwrite the data that would be in the current state variable. Because, like, in state utilities, I'm sure current state is just, yeah, it's an IHATI state. So I would have an I state called current state. And I would have an I state called previous state. And that should be all I need. I might not even need the previous state.
At this point, our states do nothing. Let's fix this. In our Apple base state script, the abstract state, we can add 3 new methods: enter state, update state, and on collision enter. All 3 will actually not have a strict definition in this file. Instead, we will add the abstract moniker before the void return type, and these will each take in a parameter apple of type Apple State Manager, better known as our context. Remember, the context passes data to our states. And if you haven't used it before, adding abstract to the method means we are required to define their functionality in each of our concrete states. Before we move on, we'll see an error in each of these methods. This error explains that abstract functions cannot be private, so we'll also add public before abstract. Back in the Unity editor, we'll even see more compile errors stating that our 4 concrete states need to implement the inherited methods from the abstract state. So in each of our 4 concrete states, we'll need to go through and add definitions of enter state, update state, and on collision enter. In each definition, we'll also need to add public because we cannot change the access type, and override.
Wait, why do they need on collision enter?
Before we move on, we'll see an error in each of these methods. This error explains that abstract functions cannot be private, so we'll also add public before abstract. Back in the Unity editor, we'll even see more compile errors stating that our 4 concrete states need to implement the inherited methods from the abstract state. So in each of our 4 concrete states, we'll need to go through and add definitions of enter state, update state, and on collision enter. In each definition, we'll also need to add public because we cannot change the access type, and override because we're going to define the functionality differently in each file to reflect that concrete state. Cool, there's only a little more to making this state machine's gears turn. Now that all of our concrete states have defined these functions, we can properly use them back in our context file, the Apple State Manager. In our start function, we'll set the state machine's initial current state to our Apple's growing state. This type validation works because the growing state is a concrete state, which are all descendants of the abstract state and inherit the Apple base state type. Now we can start using the concrete state's functions. So right below this, we'll write current state.enter state and pass in this. This is a reference to the apple's context. And if we remember, all of our abstract state.enter state and pass in this. This is a reference to the apple's context. And if we remember, all of our abstract states functions expect the context to pass in this.
I don't know why he capitalized it like that.
This is a reference to the apple's context. And if we remember, all of our abstract states functions expect the context to be passed in as an argument. So what we just did is say that when our apple is first instantiated, it's going to immediately call the enter state method of the current state, the growing state. We can log hello from the growing state to showcase this. Adding the apple state manager script to our apple prefab and then pressing play, we'll see the log. What about our other two methods from the abstract state, update state and onCollision enter? One of the nice things about mono behaviors is that update function runs every frame. Now that we have a current state established in the context, we can also pass the benefits of this lifecycle method to our current state and have it run every frame by typing current state.update state, once again passing in the context as an argument, or this. And with that done, in our growing state file, we can implement the apple scaling functionality that we mentioned earlier when pseudocoding, and it will still be called every frame. Testing this in play mode, and we can see the apple growing. But what happens when the apple is done growing and is whole? It's supposed to fall from the tree. Well, the last piece of our state machine that we're missing is the ability to transition from one state to another. To do this, we'll write a new method inside of our apple state manager file called switch state. Switch state will expect an argument of type apple-based state, which again means that we can pass in any of our concrete states because they derive from the apple-based state class. Inside of this function, we'll set the current state equal to the passed in state, and then we'll have the new current state run its enter state method, passing in this as the argument once again.
Okay. There are three methods that I should start with. Start, update, and switch state. That's fine. That should be incredibly easy. And I already have two of them. God, that's beautiful. I want to change my preferences in Unity. Because I have two instances open, it probably won't save unless I do it in both, and I don't feel like doing that. So, we're going to need... I think this should be public, right? Did he make his public? He did not make his public.
Providing context. We'll also add public before this function and before each.
Okay. That's funny. That's actually really funny. That was a good meme. Public void switch state. And then we'll want... Do I want... Okay, so I have to really think about the functionality that I desire. Because like I kind of want them to be able to roam. But that's not realistic, right? Because like roaming would just be too irritating to implement. Maybe I could have them roam in a circle, kind of. Maybe, no. I will get into the nuances of things after I already have something base, okay? So we're going to create 4 states. We're going to say pray, drinking, state, pray, hiding, hiding state, pray, eating state, and pray. What was the last one? Resting state. And then each of these what did he do to create them? I guess I can just look at mine. They shouldn't inherit from mono behavior. And then we're not going to have start and update. We're going to have enter. And we're going to have tick. And we're going to have exit. And we're going to inherit from I or I state. Why is this an issue? Should this be a comma? No. What do you mean it doesn't? Maybe it's just confused right now. Oh, is iState not public? It is. Oh, these methods have to be public. The next thing I want to do is define a way to switch states. Ooh. I just realized I don't know how exactly I'm going to instantiate at the time that I need to. It's an interesting question. Hypothetically, right now, though, I'm effectively in 4 different states, and I want them all to do the same thing. It actually is that simple. I want all of my states right now to just move to a different location and randomly generate these locations and base them off of an array that is unique to them. Do I want the array? You can't put an array on a C# object, so they should exist in a scriptable object. So I should create a scriptable object called prey locations. That makes sense. Let's remind ourselves how to do that. I don't know why that's what I typed in. I know there was a woman who made a really good videos on this. Hi, Lisa Jean. How's it going? I'm good. How are you? You're my first chatter in this stream, which is unusual, and I appreciate it. One of these videos has what I want. I'm coming back to Unity after like a very long time away from coding, so I'm having to remind myself of some of the basics. We'll just do Code
In
Monkey.
this
Code
video,
Monkey
we're
always
going
knows
to
what
look
he's
at
talking about.
scriptable object. These are objects you can create in your project files that can
I'm
be
glad
used
to hear
store
it.
any kind of data and make your game more designer friendly. Extremely useful for
Are
storing
you a
level
developer?
data, enemy data, weapon data, and just about anything. We're going to learn how they work, and
Or are
then
you
later
just
we're going to
curious?
apply them to systems we made previously, like the crafting system. Let's begin. Okay, so scriptable objects are an excellent feature that makes your game much more
I mean, I guess it's chill.
Essentially,
Usually
they
I
are
have people
simply
to talk to, but I haven't been blessed with that so far today. Until you, which is awesome. I had a
containers
stream
of
earlier
data.
that did pretty well,
The
though.
various fields you want your object to have.
It was
Then
just
you
a
create
gaming stream,
instances
though.
of that object in your project files and set those fields to whatever you want. The key point is you define and store all that data in discrete objects in your project files rather than having all. Let's make a very simple scriptable object. Now down here in our project files, let's create a new C# script. Call this our test scriptable object.
So are you just interested in
let's
game
open it.
development?
Okay, now here we have our default Unity code. Now the first thing we do is let's get rid of all of these methods. And in here, instead of extending mono behavior, we're going to extend scriptable object.
Ah, yes, I remember now. So we want to call this Prey Locations Scriptable Object. And then we're going to extend scriptable objects. Get rid of this. And then it should just need 4 arrays for now. And we can copy them from here. And I don't think this will need literally anything else at all. Now that we've done this, we should be... Oh, there's a way to define where it sits in the menu, though. I might have to keep watching for that, actually. I stream almost every day. I don't stream Saturdays. And I stream some Sundays. I stream every weekday at some point. I'm guaranteed to stream from 7:30 to 8:30. I do some RuneScape content. When it comes to stuff with game dev, I don't know exactly what I'm going to be doing yet. I'm still pretty new to streaming, so I like game dev. Game dev is like the thing that I want to do, but it's definitely not as popular as other things. So I'm also someone who like gets really, really into something for a little bit and then gets really, really into something else for a little bit and then gets really, really into something else after that and then goes back to the original thing. So, you know, my schedule will always be up to date in the Twitch schedule section, if you're curious. But I'll be streaming tomorrow and Sunday also.
We can use as a scriptable object. Now, like I said, they are containers of data, and how you define whatever data you want to store is by defining some fields. So in here, let's define a public string, call it my string. Okay, now we have a scriptable object with a simple string field. Now let's see how we can create an instance of our scriptable object. Now to do that, we go up here to our class definition, and we're going to add the attribute create asset menu.
Ah, there we go.
Then we have 3 optional parameters. So first of all, let's define the file name. So this
Thanks,
is the file
friend.
name whenever we create an object.
I plan
Second one,
to.
just call it the same name, so test scriptable object. Then we have the menu name. So this is where it will show up on the create asset menu. So in this case, let's create a scriptable objects folder. So we create a folder by simply putting a / at the end, and then let's call it test scriptable object.
Ah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate every follow. I'm pretty close to my goal. I think at 25 follows, I'll basically be an affiliate, so that's cool.
And lastly, if you want, you can add the order attribute, or it doesn't matter, so let's just ignore that. All right, so that's it. Over here, we have the most basic scriptable object definition possible. We just extend scriptable object.
Okay, so I just need to define a file name and a menu name. I guess this is a default file name. I don't know what else it would be. And if we save this, I should be able to instantiate it now. Oh, I got you. Okay. I don't really have the ability to pay anyone for stuff like that, but you can email me your work at holobotomy69@gmail.com, and I'll put that in the chat for you. And if I am ever looking to get somebody to brand for me, then I will let you know, okay? It's all the way at the top. Now we should just be able to throw... I did transform array, right? Yeah. I guess this is just saying the number. Oh, so I could define 4. You don't have... Who doesn't have... What do you mean you don't have email? You have a Twitch account. You can't fool me. You absolutely have email. You can't have a Twitch account without an email, my friend. Are you saying you don't have a professional email? Wait, why aren't these filling? These should populate. Type mismatch. What do you mean? It's a the only node it has on here is a transform. How could it be a type mismatch? Public transform array hiding nodes. I mean, I don't have a like I don't have a yeah, I don't really have a Discord or Instagram I'm gonna give you. I'm sorry. I'll have a Discord soon if you check back in like a week and a half. But the best I can offer you is email. You can always create a new email account and then email me from that and just let me know you're Lisa Jean. I don't understand why this would be type. Okay, says game object. But it should just be able to detect. It should just be able to detect the transform on the game object, surely. Because that's what it does with the agent. It's the exact same data type. Unity scriptable object transform array, not type mismatch. This is a very niche issue. Okay, sure. I mean, like, check back in a week and a half. I'll have a Discord account for you. Okay. Okay. Wait, this isn't even asking a question. Oh, he asked it in the Okay, that's weird. The complete error message contains everything you need to know to fix the error yourself. Damn, roasted. Yeah, sure. Is this even a... This is a scriptable object issue. Oh my god, Kurt Decker was having a bad day when he wrote this. You're trying to reference a scene object. Asset level objects cannot reference scene level objects. What does that mean? I have to populate it at runtime? Asset level cannot reference scene level. So I would need to... Why is it asset level? Although I'm pretty sure it said that it was a mismatch because it was a game object instead of a transform. I put the transform as a parameter to be able to reference it in the script that handles the ability. Is it... Here's a good question. Unity is a game object guaranteed to have a transform. You can't remove a transform. Which is perfect, because now, hopefully, I pray, I should just be able to... I should just be able to make it an array of game objects and then grab the transform off of the game object. Maybe. If it decides to let me do that. Oh, what if I just throw it in the scene though? Can you instantiate a scriptable object? No. Are we sure? Are we triple double sure? These are the scripts for scriptable objects. Where are the scriptable objects themselves? Yeah, no, you can't. Which is fine. I don't need to. But what I do need is to throw these in here. It's not gonna let me, huh? Interesting. Yeah, so I need to create them. Could I hmm. Hmm. I could try populating the list at runtime. I'd rather not do that though, especially since it's just supposed to store a reference to a thing. If all I need is a reference stored to a thing, would a script on a prefab be better? Alright, barring that, let's see. Actually, let's just watch the CodeMonkey video. Maybe he'll tell me.
First state instances.
In this video, we're going to look at scriptable objects in Unity. These are objects you can create in your project files that can be used to store any kind of data and make your game more designer friendly. Extremely useful for storing level data, enemy data, weapon data, and just about anything. We're going to learn how they work, and then later we're going to apply them to systems we made previously, like the crafting system. Let's begin. Hello and welcome, I'm your CodeMonkey, and this channel is all about helping you learn how to make your own games with in-depth tutorials made by projects. And you can see all the fields that we define, so in this case just a simple string, so in here let's just write some text. Alright, there it is, and now this scriptable object has been saved with this data. Okay, now let's see how we can use this. Alright, so in here let's create a new C# script, call this just testing. Let's create an object to run it, and drag the script, okay. Now here let's start off by adding a field for our scriptable object type. So we're going to make it a serialized field so we can set it in the editor. Let's make it a private of type test scriptable object. And then on the private void start, let's simply do a debug log on the test scriptable object, and we access my string. Alright, so there it is, very simple. Now back in the editor, yep, over here we have a field of type test scriptable object. So we can drag our specific scriptable object, yep, and let's drag. And yep, over here we can see our very nice message. So we access the scriptable object and grab the data from it. So now to see how this is useful, we can duplicate the scriptable object. So we make a second scriptable object. And over here we give it a different string. Alright, then now go back into our testing script, and then just use this scriptable object instead. And if we run, yep, there you go, now we have the different message. So we have two different scriptable objects, each with their own instance of data, and then we have our script which works with that scriptable object type. Right, awesome. So here we can see the most basic usage of scriptable objects. We define our object with whatever fields we want. So here, for example, we have a simple string, but we can add, for example, let's say a public int for an int field. Then we can also, for example, add a sprite array. So we can add whatever fields we want to store whatever data we require. And if we look in the editor and select our scriptable object, yep, there you go, here we have all of our fields, and we can set them to anything. So for example, on this one, I can set 2 elements on this array, and then on this second one, I can select 5 elements. So yep, there you go, each of them has the same format, but different data. So we can create as many instances of this type of object as we want in order to store whatever data we need. So just like this, you can already imagine the possibilities. So for example, if you have an item, you would have a string for the item name, then you would have a sprite film for the
Yo,
item.
anyone watching right now know what they're doing in Unity? Anyone know what the best way is to store a bunch of instantiated objects in a list that can be accessed by another class? Because like I feel like I should be able to do it through scriptable objects, but the issue that I'm having right now is that you can't drag and drop something on the scene level to the asset level, unfortunately, and you can't instantiate a scriptable object, I'm pretty sure. Just if you know. If you don't know, that's cool.
We made previously, you could use a scriptable object to define the size of the grid and all of its attributes. So you can see how they are extremely versatile. Now, one key thing about scriptable objects is the difference between how data persists in the editor or in a build. While you're running in the editor, any changes you make to the scriptable object will be saved on the actual asset. So if you're running the game and you have a scriptable object for the player max health and you change that, the new value won't be saved to the asset and won't be used the next time that you hit play. However, when playing on a build, the changes are not persistent. So if you modify the scriptable object while playing the build and close and reopen it again, it will go back to the original value. So whatever value you set on the scriptable object when you made the build will always be the starting value when you actually open the game. And since you can edit them and save the changes while working in the editor, another usage for scriptable object is for building editor tools. Now, another important thing about scriptable objects is related to the type of object they are. Scriptable objects work as references. So over here we have our testing script, and we have a field for our scriptable object. So when we set it over here in the editor, what it gets is a reference to the scriptable object instead of a copy of that data. So this has several implications. Now it means that these scriptable objects can help you reduce the memory footprint of your game. So for example, if you have a prefab for each enemy and they contain lots of data in their weapon, if you instantiate that prefab, it will constantly duplicate the data for that weapon. However, if that weapon data is stored as a scriptable object, then in terms of memory, when you instantiate an enemy, it will simply have a reference to the scriptable object. So it ends up with no duplicate memory. When you have a game with lots of enemies and memory issues, this can turn into huge savings. Alright, so again, here we just saw the basics, so this is just one example. Scriptable objects can be used for just about anything. In fact, you've almost certainly used scriptable objects without even knowing it. Like I said, they can be used for building editor tools, and many Unity features and editor tools use scriptable objects to handle their data. So for example, one of the things is the universal random pipeline asset. So this is one example of a scriptable object, and everything here is made with a...
Okay, so that didn't help me. Aggregate list of scriptable, of instantiated objects on scriptable object Unity. Except I don't want it to be instantiated objects, I want it to be instantiated class as this is not what I want. This is also not what I... Oh, you know what I could do? I could... I don't want to... I was going to say that I could define transform locations in the scriptable object and then instantiate them at runtime, but that is probably the most cancerous way that I could possibly handle this issue. I tried this. I don't think this is possible. Apparently it is, though. So I must have tried something else. I mean, this is an instantiation, but it's not in the scene. It's in the asset level. Right? I am right. I don't know why I'm even asking myself. Like, this seems like it should be the simplest problem in the entire world to solve. You know what I could do? I put them on the Prey State Manager. And I pass them. I put them and on the Prey State Manager, they get passed into the class when the class is created. That is the brain dead, simple as shit, couldn't be easier solution. What is a scriptable object even for, really? What's even the point? May as well not exist. It's garbage. Actual garbage. Because, like, hi, Joanna. How's it going? Thank you for showing up. There's nobody else here, so thank you so much for showing up. Thank you. Anyway. Yay. So right now we are trying to figure out how to have a list of instantiated transforms that can be passed to states in a state machine, which is the most nerdy, technical, disgusting way of describing the issue that I'm dealing with, okay? And I just figured out the solution, and the solution is to just leave it on the state manager and not care about the rest, and that's good enough, because scriptable objects exist at the asset level, not the scene level, and therefore you can't drag and drop a scene level transform into an asset level object. Anyway, I hate my life. So we're just gonna throw this here or here. Why are you acting like this doesn't make sense? Oh, I grabbed an extra bracket. And these are transforms, let's be real. I bet you do. I mean, you're like a decades industry leading programmer, right? You've been doing this since you came out of your mother's womb. You've been programming. So you should understand all of it. We're gonna delete the scriptable object script because I hate myself. Have you seen my game? We don't need this. And we don't need this. I bored you so much that now you're not talking to me anymore. That's fair. That's reasonable, actually. Clearly my IRL friend hates me. Wants me to die. Awful. Awful. What do we want to hold the Prey state manager? Probably the agent. The agent should have... Yes. Yes, this makes sense. And we want to remove the control agent script. And we might, I don't know if we're, It is very simple. It's actually the simplest thing I've ever worked on. Cool. Wait, it didn't actually get put on. That's fine. I'll just do it this way. Okay, now we should be able to... Oh, did I not save the script? I didn't save the script. Have you seen my game, Joanna? Have I shown it to you? I've shown it to you, right? Why isn't this reloading? Are they not public? They're public. Come on, you can do it. You can figure it out. They're clearly right here. Why aren't you populating? I mean, they're the exact same thing as this, right? Identical. Yes? Look at it again. With the wolfie. Except now there's a red bunny rabbit with pink glowing eyes in the game. Can you tell that I've been suffering from insomnia lately? I feel like it's really obvious. I mean, these couldn't be more identical, right? Like, this drives from mono behavior, this drives from mono behavior. They're both public classes. They both have public transform arrays of the same name. That's surprising. I feel like I'm acting much more... I don't even know how to describe it. Groggy. I don't... What is happening? What is happening? Like... I feel like I must have to reload something. This is saved. 100%. I'm gonna throw in some Twitch tunes. Ah, I'm not. We're going with the chill hot music, baby. Oh, but there isn't... Okay, so they made a whole ass website, right? And then they didn't... The entire point is music, but they don't give you a volume slider. Like, I can't imagine a worse design than a website that is specifically designed to play music for people, and that's primarily what it's for, and it doesn't give you a volume slider. Like, this couldn't possibly be shittier design. I'm sorry to chillhop.webflow.io, but like, come the fuck. You did the animated background before the volume slider? Come on. Come on. Anyway. Anyway, why isn't this populating? I'm gonna scream. This is like actually probably the most confused that I've been over a problem since I came back to coding is this. It's not populating. It's the exact same code and it's not populating. How does that make sense? It doesn't make sense. I'm just going to remove it and add it again. And maybe it'll work. Okay. Now it populated. Wonderful. Now I don't have to kill someone. But am I gonna have to... I would have to fill this out on every prey object. Which feels really bad. Needless to say. So we're gonna dupe these. Real simple, like... And rename them to eating. Eating 1. Eating 2. And then we will make 3 of the final category, which is resting. And these are all going to be really close to the start to show that the prey is lazy as fuck right now. Maybe I'll have like some master controller script or something. Like I'll put them all on one script and then I will pass them to each prey object maybe. And that shouldn't be hard to define, probably. Probably. Maybe. Okay. Because, like, each piece of data, if I pass it from a script instead of from a scriptable object, then the data will be duplicated rather than referenced, which is not what I want. Right? Yeah, because it's passed once. Well, something can be referenced and passed once. Can I pass it with a ref? Maybe? I don't know much about coding, if you can't tell. Okay, we have our 4 nodes defined. Next thing we need to do, we need to enter our first state. And we do that by, let's go back to the state manager video because that is good for me.
So we can access them outside of the script. So
Don't say nice things to me, what the heck?
function.
My
Enable
chat's
for
supposed to put me down, like the dog that I am. That's what it's for. So we want to define an I state. I state. Is this going to be public? No, this should be private. I state. Current state. And then we want current state to equal new. Let's say pray resting. We'll go to resting first. Excellent. Oh my god. Current state dot enter. Oh my god. It's all coming back, baby. All of the state coding is coming back into my brain. Amazing. Wonderful. Then we want a current state dot tick. And then the other states should be able to call the switch state function. When that happens, what we want to do, we should take in an I state. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's all coming back. Now, how do I... Like, it should take in a type, actually. Right? It shouldn't take in a... It should take in a state, but it should be current state. No, not current state. It should be... actually, we don't need to do that. We just need to take in a type state. Can you take a... Does that work? Yeah, I think that works, right? And then new current state. Okay, I'll see you. Thanks for dropping by. Game object of type so we want to make unity make object of type determined at runtime. Is that even possible? Maybe I could make a new I state. Var type equals type of my class. My class activator dot create instance type. So this gives a this would be much better if this just said type. It would be much clearer. But anyway, this is a type. So it's just what is the function of the maybe I state activator dot create instance. Activator dot create instance. State. And then we want to do current state dot exit first. And then we want to do current state dot enter. So I don't think that this will work. I think it's highly, highly likely that this won't work. But that's okay. So we should go into the prey resting state. And what we'll do is we'll say, we'll just call the exit function immediately. Because I'm really curious. If I call the exit function, in the exit function, it should say, actually, this needs a reference to itself, right? Or this needs a reference to the prey state manager. All of these need that. So, ooh. But again, this should be on instantiation. So actually what we want is create new. Let's check these. Yes, these do have constructors. So let's say prey state manager. SM is fine. We'll do PSM. And then we don't need this. We want prey resting state. We don't need an integer for the jump. We do want a prey state manager. We want this dot. SM is fine. And then we'll get rid of this. Now everything should have access to SM. Not to be confused with S and M, okay? For all the degens out there. So from that, yo, ketamine, my friend, what's up? Let me tell you, the insomnia is hitting so freaking hard today. It's hitting so hard today. But I'm glad you're here. Keep me on task. Right now we are creating a... No, get out of here. I got code to write, okay? But like, you say take a nap, but it's not like I can just sleep. It is actual insomnia. It is I lay awake in bed trying to fall asleep and I can't fall asleep. It's different. Okay? What I'm doing right now is I'm just trying to define basically the prey moving between 4 different types of areas, which is like a grove for resting, water for drinking, bushes for eating, and hidey holes for running away from the wolf, right? And so I've got the bare bones are coming in. They're coming in. They're not there yet, but they're coming in. How are you? It's okay. I made a very, very, very extensive state manager for Hati, so it's not like I'm completely unused to this. I can copy some of my code, which makes it easy. What's interesting though, oh, this code. The way that it sources data is not amazing though. Hang out with me. Suffer with me. I don't know, do what you want. You're not running Corrupted Gauntlet, right? Oh my god. Yeah, you're a RuneScape person. Guess who got an enhanced crystal seed, an enhanced crystal weapon seed, 1 KC after stream. I worked out, I came back to eat, okay? I do 1 KC while I'm eating, and I get an enhanced crystal weapon seed. 127 mil right there. 52 KC, I think. Thank you. I think so. So I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm like having second thoughts about that. Not because of this drop. I do still need 5 armor seeds, so I'm still gonna be there for quite a while, right? But I'm probably going to finish greenlogging it once I've got max combats and once I've got rigor and augury. I'm realizing how much faster it would go if I had rigor. I think it would be way, way, way easier. Also, I want to do all of the combat achievements. I don't want to like leave Corrupted Gauntlet and then have to come back to do more combat achievements. And I cannot do all of the combat achievements without higher stats and rigor and augury. So, but I am gonna try to do Wolf Puncher. I think Wolf Puncher is probably the only one left that I can do. I guess there's also the tier 3 armor, but yeah. Okay, so I'm realizing the way that I switch states is wild, but it's actually a function here that lets me do it. Or is it? It kind of is, yeah. What even is this? This is an enum? What is this enum doing? How high was I when I wrote this? Like, I'm sure this makes sense, but I'm very confused why it is the way it is right now. I remember there were like things stacked on top of things stacked on top of things. Maybe this could have been solved with better code design up front. I don't know. That's okay though. I'm just gonna ignore this. It's a little too complicated. I'll just make it work as best as I can. So somewhere in, oh right, tick has to trigger the exit of the state. Or enter technically could, but you know, whatever. So what I actually want is sm dot switch state. Yes, this is what I want. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. Why is this not public? I need a new state to switch to. So it's going to be like what? Type of prey eating. Let's switch to eating. I'm a little hungry. Are you hungry? Have you had good food today? Have you gotten your workout in? Hell yeah. Was it good? Did you get tacos or something else? Taco Bell has like weird chicken shit now, right? I feel like I hear a really annoying Spotify ad about Taco Bell all the time. Cheesy gordita crunch. What does this look like? Nice, that looks good. I bet it looked just like the advertisement image, didn't it? True, true. I mean, some of it is like crunchier, some of it is softer, some of it is more gooey, some of it has more meat in it. There are some differences. I think that this should work, but I doubt that it will. We're gonna debug. Debug.log. I should actually make this for all of them. Oh, actually, we just put it in switch state, and it's way easier. Debug.log. Entered. Plus. Would type of output a string? Probably, right? State. State. Is it doing anything? It might not be doing anything right now. Or it should actually, right? Yeah, it should. Because it's on an object. So it's probably not even. Let's see if it enters prey resting state. Oh, that doesn't make sense. Let's say debug.log entered resting state. What are you talking about? What guy? Is there somebody behind me? Should I be worried? You know the music isn't coming from my stream, right? It's not coming from my stream. Check your browser, bro. It's not here. What do you mean you have nothing open? I can see what OBS is outputting, okay? It is my voice and nothing else. I can even show you. You see this? You see these green bars? This is the audio that's active, okay? It's just my voice. Is it Arc Raiders? Maybe Arc Raiders went on for some reason. Are you sure it wasn't in the real world? You know there's more than your computer, right? It's that I hear that 29-year-old dementia be hitting hard these days. So it's not even making it into resting state. I'm not sure why. Maybe let's debug.log current state. I have no idea what this is going to output. I'm bearing. I'm hanging in there. I hope you're hanging in there too. I'm sorry about refactoring day. Sounds rough. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey. What? This time it said it entered resting state. Last time it said it didn't enter resting state. And the even more confusing thing is, it didn't even debug the current state. But it would have had to get to here. What is happening? What is happening? God, kill me. Like, maybe let's I don't even know. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. So if it debugged, entered resting state, it would have immediately tried to switch state. So it should have ran the exit, and then it should have switched the current state. But it's never running. Here, let's also have this for entered eating state. Because it should also be running that, probably, hypothetically. It is not. What is this? Okay, that's fine. Entered Unity Visual Scripting.state. Okay. After this, it should say entered eating state, though. Or before this, it should say entered eating state, and it doesn't. Which means this is not doing what I wanted to do. Which checks out, actually. That makes sense. That is the most sensible thing that I've heard all day. Okay. Var type equals type of my class. What am I doing instead of that? I'm having it give me a type. I don't want type of prey eating state. I just want prey eating state. I don't know why I did that. Why is this not detecting? It's supposed to take a type. What do you mean it's not valid? Is a system.type different than... Like, this takes a type. And this is saying that type is not valid in the given context. Passing a... Oh, actually, I think I ran into this exact same issue with this state manager. Although, the way I state switch seems to be actual AIDS cancer right now, so... So this changes states by... I don't actually see where it changes states. Is it exclusive? It can't be exclusively input. It should be based on checking grounded. Oh, check landed? Is this it? It is it. Oh my god. Big brain. Well, I don't know why I would put this in movement utilities, but whatever. I probably didn't want it to run whatever else happens when you check grounded. Although it runs check grounded, so that's definitely not true. This is stupid and pointless. It should just be if check grounded. sm.movementutilities.checkGrounded. If this, then this. Big brain. I probably just didn't want it to have the extra code in this section, but I don't care because it makes more sense this way. Then we remove this. Oh, 3 references. What are the other references? Now I can't get rid of it. I'm undoing everything. Maybe it doesn't make sense. If it has 4 references, it's fine. So this is a dictionary. This isn't... Oh, it uses an enum, not a type. I was trying to use types, and I realized that using types sucks. How to pass a type to a method unity. That's what we need. Maybe I do need type of. Wait, so are you playing RuneScape then? Or are you playing Arc Raiders or what? Use the generics. Void my function. Cats are beefing. So you're breaking up the cats? Oh, you should play some Ark. What are you doing? Have some fun. Treat yourself. You got through refactoring day. Your brain is gone? The weed or the refactoring? TFT? Team. What is TFT? Oh, right. Hold up. Let me look this up. Let me get distracted for teamfight tactics. Yeah, this thing. League of Legends retirement home. Oh no! Okay, so maybe I can just copy this. Except this isn't actually what I want. Because, like, this is basically just, you already know the type, right? Am I crazy? That shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be the case, right? If my, ooh, maybe this is the actual line of code that I need. Right? Maybe what I want is iState, new class. Yeah, let's try that. So it's going to be, oh, but this still isn't even, it's still redlining me. Let's just try what he's suggesting. Why not, right? Why not? Object. So it can pass an object. Do I need it to pass an object at that point? Because it should be passing the type. And that should be all I need, right? Because like we're not we're not passing through what we're casting. I don't know why this works. I've never known anything about generics. But here we are. Generics are bullshit. I don't even think people who created the concept understand what's happening. Let's be real. T, and then T, new item, T, my item. So T, current state. Ooh, but it has to be, shit. Because it has to be of type iState. Right? Yeah, it has to be. Can I cast this to an iState? Can I just, like, boop. No, because it's not guaranteed, I assume. T is a type, which is not valid because I'm not instantiating it. That's fine. That's fine. Can I... this is so stupid. T equals iState T? Yeah, I didn't think so. I did that backwards though. T is a type, which is still not valid. You can't cast a type to an iState? What if I did this? That works? No shot that works. So this is casting an object, but I want to create an instance. It's different. Okay, it's different. Oh, declare an I state and cast after the equals. Casts are ops. That's not, I don't think that's what I'm trying to do, right? So like, I want this state to pass to the switch state function a new state to transition to. I want to instantiate that new state. If you need to go to bed, my friend. That is that is your prerogative, okay? I want you to live your best life. So I want a new object of type iState of the specific type T. And I want to create an instance of, wait, can I do activator.create instance T? And then this is iState? It's asking for a type. Am I freaking crazy here? I can't be crazy. There's no shot that, like, it is a type. It's asking for a type, and you're like, oh, we can't take a type in this context. Blah, blah, blah. What if we, because I don't want to, I want to make a new object. How about this? New state. T, new state, equals. New T this. There's no way. There's no shot. Because it has parameters. That's the problem. And I have to pass in parameters. Although, I could just do a switch statement, right? Yeah. Yeah, so we'll do a new function. It says determine new state. And we'll pass in T. Maybe we'll pass in T like this. Does that work? And then we'll turn this into a method. This method is just going to be a switch statement. And we're going to switch T. And then I forget how switch statements work. T is a type which is not valid in the given context. I am going to scream and cry. Type of T? Type of T. Oh my god. So I don't understand how this works, right? But this article is talking about something I've run into before. Not article, thread. It's talking about something I've run into before, which I guess is generics, okay? And I guess you can pass a type into a function that is it can be any type of type. Now, I would assume that like the way you would write a function, if you wanted to pass a type into a function, you just say public void my function, and then it would be type, right? And then this is how you would pass a type into the function. But for some reason, this article is telling me to pass a type in like this, okay? And so this is supposed to be a type, and I want to create a new object of this type. So this is a parameter, I think, I guess, maybe, possibly. And then we should be able to say, like I forget the formatting on this always. Where do I use a switch statement? I know I use switch statements. I know that's a thing that I do. I can just look it up. Syntax. Okay, so there isn't even any... That's the weird thing about it. There's no parentheses to these things. Case, prey, eating, state. Prey... And then I want to return an I state. And then we'll say... Prey... resting state. Except this is why do we have squigglies here? Control cannot fall out of a switch statement. I'm gonna scream. Is tape of. Oh, it's still not working. A constant value of type is expected. I've ran into this issue so many times. Types might be the worst coding invention. You mean in my code or in here? Or just like in general? I assume you're just talking about in general. Like, my code makes no sense to you? Because, like, does this make sense to you, right? Type, new state, type. Does that make sense? Does just this, ignore everything else, does this line make sense? Right. So that's what makes sense to me as well. It's just this thread that's telling me to do it a different way. Because, like, I just want to instantiate a new object of a type that is passed to this function. That's it. That's all I want to do. That's all I'm asking for. But like, let's say I state type. Oh my god, I don't even know what I don't know, you know? Create new object of type passed to function unity. Like, generic object as parameter. Object.instantiate? Maybe? No. Create object of class determined at runtime unity. Okay, I'm actually just gonna copy this. completely. Full stop. Maybe this has to be var. Maybe that's my issue. And then we'll say var type equals, except this is still throwing a flag. Then we'll say var new state equals new state type. Or should this be type of? What is, this is just, yeah, this is just a class. So it should be sending a class through. You can't send a class, right? That's stupid. So it should be a type. Fuck. I hate that. Let's say that I say pray eating state here. And we ignore the parameter, okay? And then we say pray eating state here. This isn't determining it at runtime at all. Because, like, if you, is this my issue? What if I said var? Var, no, you can't do that. Any non-primitive data types are just like classes, so you can call them like any other data type in the method. I guess I don't know how that helps me in my situation, though. Like, there is something about having a generic type that I am specifically the generic part of that I'm not understanding, right? Because I can very easily instantiate an object of a specific type, but I can't instantiate an object of a non-specific type. Because, like, if I wanted to create a new class of something, I would just say new pray eating state, and then I would pass in whatever parameters that has, and it'd be fine. But I want it to be one of X number of states. I think the answer is yes to this is shapeless data. I'm not sure exactly what that means, though. Like, this is something that I should just know how to do. It should be really simple, I feel like. I mean, I would assume that, like, this line is the answer. So you're casting it to a specific type. Oh, I see what this is doing. Wait, okay. I think I've had a breakthrough. Maybe? Because I should be able to pass a class type in here. This isn't throwing an error, so you can pass a type. So if I said type of prey eating state, is there an error? There isn't an error. Let me save this first. There isn't an error. So now I have a type. So what if we just said type with a lowercase t? Can I use local variable? This shouldn't be type remove which declaration? Like the point is that this is a different existence, right? Like this is just a type. So like hypothetically, I should be able to put this in here and it works. This is but I'm not getting the type of this, right? Because like this has a type, but it is not a type, right? Like if I get rid of this, then what does that leave? Just get rid of all of that, you're saying? What this is doing is it's this part casts. And you're supposed to cast to a type. And this is a type. So I should just be able to do that, but it's giving me an error. Does that make sense to you? It's a variable, but it's used like a type. But I want type of. Maybe I don't want a type. What I want is an object. Can you pass an object and then get the type of the object? New state. Like, what do you call... You can map whatever type returns to the class name and just call the map. How do you mean? Like, what if I don't know. I don't even know. Can you not pass an object? This is, do I need to do this? And then maybe I can say type of new state. Or maybe I don't even need the type of. So let's go back to var type equals type of new state. Are you saying that like I should try to cast it to each data type I might need? And then like if it fails, have some kind of handle for that, and then if it succeeds, then great? Oh, this is not even doing what I wanted to do. Input object get type. Oh shit. Input object. What is this? Input obj.get type. Oh, maybe I want new state dot get type. There we go. Yeah. I got there. Look, I'm just a little slower than you. I know. It's fine. I'll be fine. I'll make it. Um so now I have a type, and now if I put type in here, no, that's fine. I mean, this isn't your bread and butter, right? You don't use Unity. Create instance of type. Maybe I can do that. And do I even need to cast it? Can I do new state? That probably won't work. That won't work. OOP scares me. Games are fun. And games are mostly OOP. These days, at least. Game dev scares you more? I mean, maybe. I guess the hard thing about it is how multidisciplinary it is, but that's what I like about it. Var object equals activator dot create instance type. So that should work. Except it's not. Why? Cannot implicitly convert type object to I states. What if? But it should be. It should be creating it. Or wait, can I just? It should already be I state. So it won't even need to be casted. So it'll just work? Is that how it works? That might be how it works. We're feeling good about this one. It should say entered eating state at the end if things went well. Entered resting. It made it to a debug statement that doesn't exist anymore, so that's kind of weird. Like, it did save. Let's just run it again. No? Still a debug statement that doesn't exist? Am I crazy? Still doing it? Why isn't it updated? What the heck? Wait, sometimes Unity doesn't want to recompile immediately. Now there's nothing in the console? What is happening? If you right-click on your workspace in VSC, you can Control F your entire project at once. All right, now these, my friends, are the kind of errors that I was expecting. A true master of coding right here. default constructor not found for type system.runtime type. Okay. I think that a switch statement should still be able to fix this. Instead of creating the object, we check its type, and then based on its type, we just create the object. Because there are only 4. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. I'm not upset. I'm not upset. I would never be upset by this. Okay. This is going to take in an iState, new state. Same as the first. We're going to pass new state into determine new state. Do we want it to return? We want it to return an iState. So we'll say, oof. Oof. We're going to cast it when we create it. But that means that we don't want to return a generic iState. So we probably want it to exist in the same method. That feels like it shouldn't be necessary, but I guess it actually no, it's not necessary. We're fine. It's fine. We're fine. Everything is okay. It's the new state. Is going to have a type. That type is going to be new state.get type, like that. And then case will be array eating state. And then if it is y type of also no constant value of type, that is a how about array eating state dot get type, get type array eating state. Okay. Unity, how to get the type of a class. That get class. Array eating state dot get class. Although this is going to say the same thing. It's going to say it has to be consistent at runtime. But then the class itself doesn't work either. What if I just said iState? It accepts iState, but it doesn't accept prey eating state. That's so strange. They're both classes. That actually is super, super strange. Why? One's an interface. Okay, so an interface is a type. whereas prey eating state is a class. What if we just say, because this is being annoying as hell, if new state is prey eating state. All right, that's what we're doing for all of them, because like, I don't know, wait, actually. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna scream. You know what? It's fine. You know why it's fine? Because I figured it out. That's why it's fine. I figured it. I figured it out. We're gonna have prey hiding state be the default. Bull case prey drinking state. And then default. How does the default syntax work? I forgot. Same exact thing. Cool. I mean, like, the problem that I'm trying to solve is very, 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 very simple, right? It's just syntax that I was confused about. And I'm at the point where, like, I'm just going to check them against each possible case. This isn't, like, a good way to code, okay? I don't think for a second that this is a good way to code. And I was starting with trying to code in a way that was good. But in lieu of the fact that I'm uneducated, this is what we're doing. What did you think I was doing? Yo, okay. You're high, so it's okay. But I did tell you multiple times that I was making a state machine. All right, so we're gonna current state equals new prey hiding state. Like that. Perfect. Why is this? Oh, fair, fair, fair. We're gonna copy the constructor for this to everywhere else. And all of these are going to take this, this. I mean, I was prototyping yesterday. And I guess this is just a prototype of a state machine. So you're not wrong. And then we don't need to return anything because it's a class variable. So now that we've done that, we can delete this, and we can enter the state. Yay! Yay! This is the worst way to do it. Imagine doing this for 20 states. I really want to iterate on this. There has to be a way to just say you should just be able to do current state equals a new object of type. Object of type is a unity thing. Still better than Yandev? Why do people clown on Yandev? Because it never got done or something else? Or is the code base just an absolute mess? Because like you know what's better than Undertale had all of their dialogue coded in one 10,000 line text document, right? Am I wrong about that? Or no, it was the entire game was coded in a series of incredibly elaborate if statements, I think. That's obscene. I think I am at least doing better than that. Oh, yeah. This makes sense. Although this says that is C# 4.0 out? I have no idea where we're at. This was 9 years ago, so apparently it should be possible now. Dynamic solved this for me by writing dynamic new item. Hold on. Is this what I want? Type of new state. New state.get type. I don't know. I've never heard of this before. Does that actually work? Is that for real? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There's no shot. There's no shot. Dynamic current. There's no way it'll let me do this. Yeah, because I'm sure this is instantiating a new variable. I want current state to equal this new item. I don't want it to be called new state. We'll just say new item for now, and then we'll say current state equals new item. Does that work? There's no shot. There's no shot. But let's try it, because that'd be cute. I don't think I've ever heard this word in C# before. Like dead ass. Well, maybe it doesn't work anyway. All right, so let's uncomment this, comment this, comment this. Still an issue. Okay, but it's just not, why is this not updating? I don't understand. Why is this? Oh, yeah, that's fair. Okay, can you recompile, please? Like, why is this not recompiling every time? Normally, you just like go back to it and it automatically recompiles. Compile. Really? This section contains diagnostic settings used to troubleshoot internal problems in Unity. Okay, well, it compiled that time at least. Does this just need to be prey eating state? Oh no. What am I taking in? I'm taking in an ice state? This is a... Oh my god, it's an instance. Shit. So I need to pass an instance, which would mean I would need to pass... Oh wait, I could construct the new state here, couldn't I? Couldn't I? Isn't that the... Is that the solution? Oh my god. If that's actually the solution, I will cry and I will scream and I will shout and I will fucking murder someone, okay? Get ready for it. Get ready for it. If this works, then whew, there's gonna be murder, okay? There's gonna be actual murder. Like someone's gonna die if this works. And this probably will work, which means someone's almost certainly gonna die. I feel really bad for whoever that is, but like it's their fault for existing in this cruel, broken world. When I turn that into a YouTube video, people are gonna think I'm actually insane. Which I am, but like, they don't need to know that. Can you recompile, please? I don't even know how. It's probably a Linux issue. Force Unity to compile. Too much reading. Asset database refresh. Please compile? What if I gave you a banana for compiling? I'm gonna close these in case these are what's wrecking it. Actually, this shouldn't wreck it. Hi, Rock of the Marin. How's it going? Right now, I'm trying to deal with Unity's bullshit. For some reason, it doesn't want to recompile for me. Living the dream. Hell yeah. Glad to hear it. I might just exit out and reload it. Maybe it's just been open too long. What's the first error? It doesn't matter because it's from it didn't update its compilation when I saved the scripts. It's referencing something that isn't even there anymore. No errors, see? No errors. Entered eating state. Oh my god. We did it. We did it. Let's go. Never compile? Yes. Well, it's Linux, I think. No one develops for Linux. That's the problem. Anyway, now we know how to do the things. We can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. Oh, look at that. Clean, trimmed down, lean code, baby. Oh my god. Alright, so the plan is to get rid of this function that doesn't do anything. Now I just need to... I cannot believe how long this has taken me. I'm going to make it so that each state hangs out in its state for a bit and then moves to a new state. And then all of them should check every frame if there is danger near them. And if there is danger near them, then they should switch to the hiding state. That makes sense. So the way that I'm going to do that is by making popcorn because I'm hungry. I'll be right back. All right, my friends. So I used my brain while I was gone, which is a rare thing for me to do. I know, but I did. And I actually only need maybe 2 states, maybe. And that makes me think that I maybe don't even need states. Because, like, actually, it will be easier if even if there are only 2 states, it will be easier if there are 2 states. Um, actually, 3 states is, okay, so here's where I'm at, right? Between drinking, eating, and resting, these states have different locations and they have different animations, and that's it. They are completely the same besides those 2 things. So hypothetically, I should probably have one state for all of them, and when they're created, different animations and different whatever you want to call it are passed into them. That makes sense? Or am I wilding right now? I feel like that makes sense. So, like, hiding is definitely going to have a bunch of subroutines that are unique to it, okay? But, like, what the prey is actually going to do is they're going to roam from places they can eat to places they can rest to places that they can drink, okay? And they'll do that, like, endlessly throughout the scene until they come into contact with the player character. And then once they spot the player character, they're going to go into hiding mode where they're going to dodge and weave and try to get back to a hiding place as quickly as possible. So, like, right now, all I'm doing is setting up the states. I haven't actually used them for anything. But, like, that's what it should be in the final. That's the intended behavior for the prey in the final implementation. And that's why I'm saying, like, eating, drinking, and resting, these are almost identical. You know what I mean? So what I think you're saying is I have one state for resting, eating, and drinking, and I just switch out the references, right? Because I am kind of sort of leaning in that direction. No, because right now they're separate. That's the manager, right? The manager holds the current state, and the manager handles switching between them. I think we're on the same page. So I'm gonna. Sure, yeah. I mean, my architecture for this is everything you see here, because this exists in a bubble. Unless you're talking about how it's gonna integrate with other systems, but like there aren't that many other systems that I've made. There's just the player system, which should be completely independent from this anyway. Or, I mean, I guess it will have one integration at the end where if the player bites the prey, then the prey dies. But like besides that, Okay. I think I understand what I want. Or maybe I don't. I don't know. Could be anything. It's like I'm still stuck between these two options. I guess the advantage of making it so that all three exist in one class is they all share the same code. The disadvantage is if I have to provide more unique functionality to them in the future, it won't really be extensible for that purpose. I don't think that I will ever need to provide unique functionality. It should just be animations and locations. But if I did, I wouldn't be able to. I think that's okay. I think I'm fine with that. Sure. I mean, that's going to happen either way, right? Like, I'll have some kind of timer for switching between the states. I mean, I wouldn't if I combined these three. I'm just going to start writing functions. It's fine. It'll be fine. So I think that we want check, we want like public protected, no, public check state timer. And all this will do. I don't want to make all of the same mistakes that I made with the player character, and I feel like I'm about to. Did this end up having its own timer? I feel like it did. Yeah, it's a timer that's unique to, it's private to itself. I feel like all of the states have their own timer though. Maybe they don't anymore? Oh shit, I have a utility timer class. This exists independent of everything else, so I can just create a new timer every time. That's cool. Hmm. So I might want to recurse it. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. But like, so if you, let's say that there's a delay on something, right? So like it can definitely run every frame and be fine. But you recurse it infinitely. Is that going to break itself because it just has like a super long chain of references? Or is that not an issue? Your first function, world to map cell, calls itself unconditionally. Oh my god, wait. This guy called his own function within the function, and that's all he did with it. And he wants to return the function that he called. That's crazy. Why would you do that? What went through your head? Alright, I'm gonna be serious now. You're getting blown up on Discord? You heard. Wait, did you hear what went through my head or. Oh. Yeah. I mean, like, okay, first of all, this guy is saying he's having an infinite recursion problem, and what he did was he returned the function that he was calling. So that's fucking funny. That's the first thing. Second thing is, I think I know what I'm doing. I think that I should buckle down and do it because, like, I would really love to be done working for the day. And, I still have quite a bit to do. So, like, if I'm gonna. Let's look at what I decided at the beginning of the day that I wanted to get done. I wanted state management, and I wanted that to include threat response. So I'm going to put everything in one file because I want to, because I'm feeling lazy. And I can always break it out later if I want to. We want a function for determining if it's going to be check threat, okay? And this is its own function. And every single state should be calling check threat first thing every frame, probably. I don't know why this is throwing an error? Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Move fast and break shit, you can fix it tomorrow. True. That's what I'm thinking right now. It is, like, hard for me to move fast right now because I'm very tired, but I'll get over it. So I want this to come out and be... I only want this to... I still feel like you should be able to pass a type through a function, but I'm not going to keep dwelling on that. This is getting commented out temporarily, although we're definitely holding on to it. I'm going to move this over. This is separate, so we're putting it at the end. All of these are getting a check threat method call every frame. The check threat method call needs to do something like data only. I mean, what I actually want to do... I get what you're saying. I think that I want these to derive from a subclass. Or to be a subclass, rather, of a shared state. That's what I feel like. I feel like I want, we're gonna have a, because this, I think that balances, extensibility, future extensibility against current speed. So we're gonna have pray idle And then all of these are going to derive from that. We're going to copy this first. And then we're going to open it, because that would be helpful. I guess there's a quicker way to do that, but who cares? We're pasting this. I feel like I'm insane. And this is... Oh, I am insane. Okay, that's fine. So I think there's something weird you can do with constructors in this situation where if they all share the same thing, you don't even need to worry about it. Does this need a constructor? I don't think it needs a constructor because I'm never instantiating this. And you, my friend, should be deriving from iState. Okay, thank you. All of these are doing check threat. Get rid of the debug. Although this should have access to the state manager. So the way I handled that here for dash state. Yeah, it does have a constructor. Oh, that was throwing an error because SM isn't defined. So every state is going to run check threat now. I think I want these have to be public. They all have to be public. I don't want to override any of them. The enter should probably be an override, and the exit should probably be an override. And then do I even need this at all? I don't understand. There's no argument that corresponds to the required parameter state manager of pray idle state, pray idle state, pray state manager. But there is. Oh, this should be, let's make this a protected variable, I guess. And then these don't even need to exist? Is... So like, oh, use the base keyword. Okay. So we throw base, SM, not quite what I wanted. Was there a colon? There was a colon. SM. And then we get rid of this, maybe. Or state manager. Is there another keyword I fucked up? I don't think so, but it's not working. Okay, we got it. We nailed it. Perfect. And we can copy these. Okay, so how do we get it to call? Okay, so the way that the I handled it before was it enters the daddy class, the mommy class, and then the mommy class sends it to the subclass. I'm like 99.9% sure that's how I did it. Because when it calls enter, this is it calling, okay. So it determines which subclass to send it to based on previous shit. That's fine, right? But I don't even want this to be able to be instantiated, but then I would make it an abstract class. Because, like, when it ticks, it calls dash tick functions. Dash tick functions. Is this an action? It's a delegate. And the delegate is set in the enter statement. I think. Oh no, it changes to the right state. That's kind of weird. I mean, that makes sense, but it's weird that it works. Why would I even need anything in the tick at that point? I mean, I assume dash tick functions get set to ground tick. I feel like it shouldn't even hit the tick. I feel like I should be able to get rid of this and it changes nothing. Alright, we're not worrying about it. On enter, we're going to decide. Again, I don't want it to... I don't want it to ever use these. So since I don't want it to ever use these, I'm going to define a method called macro actions, okay? We don't care about being precise. We care about getting stuff done right now. So we're going to say public void macro actions. Macro actions is going to check threat first and foremost, because we're going to exit the state if there's a threat. The second thing that we want it to do, because this is just tick, really. This should be protected, I guess. And we're going to run it in all of the tick statements. Why is there no tick here? Macro actions does not exist. What do you mean? Do I have to say pray idle state dot? What do you mean? It's protected. Are you not? Oh, you're not. Okay, that's actually reasonable. I'm gonna be real with you. Are we Bing chilling? We're Bing chilling. So I think we want these to be virtual, and then we'll override the babies. Like, I think walled state is a good example of what I'm trying to do, actually. Because it does inherit from ihati state. Oh, I actually didn't realize it never gets instantiated. But like it is, yeah, it just never gets instantiated. This idle state also should never get instantiated. Although idle isn't like a good way, isn't a good word for it. This should be something like unthreatened. Like it, I don't care about the naming. So after we check the threat, we're going to say public void check because like I don't know how to call this. It should be checking to see if it wants to switch to a new state. We'll just say check switch state. Check conditions. Yeah, check check. Like it's not checking every condition though, right? It's just saying, does he want to go from drinking to eating? That's it. And it'll be like some kind of timer, and there will be some random probability that he either goes from drinking to eating or he goes from drinking to resting. So yeah, I'll just say check switch state. And then this is going to, I need a timer that is like initialized at the beginning of the state. So when you override a thing, there's like, you can say base enter or something like that. Yeah, I did that right. Cool. I remember things. That's awesome. And then in the base enter, it's going to say, actually, I want a timer to run. I want the timer to go from like 0 to X value. So we're going to create a field. This field is going to be serialized. And it is going to be called timer duration. And it's a float. And then we're going to say, we also need a regular float called state. We'll call it state timer's not right. Switch timer. And then we're going to say on entering a state, switch timer SM. That's switch timer. Oh, I guess it has to be public. Right? I mean, maybe I can handle it entirely. Maybe I should. Yeah, I'll try to handle it entirely in the state manager. Switch timer equals 0. And then we'll say switch timer plus equals time dot delta time. And then we'll say if switch timer is greater than timer duration, then we're going to random dot range. How was I doing the randoms? Somewhere in here is a random, right? Unity engine dot random dot range. Do I want to float? Not sure. We'll figure it out. Yeah, that's fine. And we'll just say if float random equals although now I'm handling all of the logic in here, which is not what I want. So we'll this will be a bool, right? And then we'll just say return this. Cool. And then the rest of the logic will be handled in check switch state. We can maybe even run the timer in check switch state because it's only being used for, it's not a state timer, it's just a timer for switching states. I know that didn't make sense, but it doesn't have to. Yeah, so we're running check state timer in here. We're going to say if check state timer then we do this stuff. And if random is less than 0.15, else if random is less than 0.3, and otherwise it does nothing. Cool. So we're going to want to switch to specific states. So we will grab the code we had before. I didn't delete the code. Okay, thank God I didn't delete the code. I would cry so hard. Not that it would be that hard to get it back, but still. Not what I want to do right now. So this should be this instead. Oh shit, we're handling, fuck. We have the exact same fucking problem. Actually, it could be new, type of current state maybe? Probably not though. We're back, baby. We're back. Oh wait, no, because I'm picking the state. I'm deciding what the state is. It's fine. MBD. We'll just say prey eating. Although I wanted to pass states into this. That sucks. It's whatever. Wait, this says prey eating state. Oh, and this is the parameter that we're passing into it. I actually have a solution for this. We throw another else if in here, okay? Random is less than 0.45 f. And, oh my fucking god, and current state is not prey. Sure, that works. And we just do this for all of the... Oh shit, that doesn't work though. Damn, it's close. I've tried type of 100 times. For some reason it doesn't work, right? Or are you saying this should be type of? They both work, if you're talking about comparisons. But yeah, either one is fine. What I could do instead is roll 3 randoms, I think. But I just want to do this cleaner. Maybe, because I really should, I feel so strongly that I should be able to pass in a type and then create an object of that type. It should be so simple. But whatever. Right now, I just need to go around those. Yeah, we just repeat this. Which sucks, but it's what we do. Or now we just repeat it. We can actually throw this in a... We can't throw this in a for loop. I wish we could throw it in a for loop. It would look cleaner. Okay, so now it should randomly switch states. The next thing that we need to do is implement movement logic. I guess we could implement check threat. Honestly, this check threat will probably be a collider thing. I'll probably put the prey state manager directly on the prey object. I'll attach a larger collider to the prey state manager object, and then for it on collision with something else, it will check to see if that object is the player. So I'll leave that until the end. The next thing is to implement movement logic. And this should actually be done on enter. Each state should take in an array unique to it. I think that should work. Yeah, we'll start with that. So now I need to figure out how constructors work for this, because I forget. If you look at like rundown state, for example, it has stuff in its constructor and it also has base. So it looks like you can just fill it with whatever you want. That's cool. This is going to be comma, resting, transform, array, resting nodes. And then we will have a transform array unique to this called resting nodes. And then it'll be this dot resting nodes equals resting nodes. And then we will copy this for everything else. Does it? I hope so. What did I call these? Eating nodes? That checks out. Transform array eating nodes. And we're going to copy it one more time. Will it automatically create the field? Hell yeah, let's go. So now they all have an array. Now we want a script that controls the movement of the prey. Probably call it prey movement controller. Very specific, I know, very special. Very creative of me. And most of this is just going to be copied code. Prey movement controller. It will be a little interesting. This is going to be different. It maybe should be static. This probably should be a static class, actually. I'm going to try to make it a static class. We'll see how far it goes. I guess it can't inherit from mono behavior if it's static. Yeah. That does check out. Wait, I mean, I guess it can still use Unity stuff. As long as it can still use Unity things, I'm fine with that. Set destination modifiers. I think that I don't use this anymore. Yeah, I think this is garbage. I'm gonna copy all of this and then trim. Now instead of start, we're probably gonna want some kind of macro controlling function. So void move pray is like, I don't think this is what I actually want, but it's what we're starting with. What? So it will need, these vector 3s are bullshit. This vector 3, it probably does need a target destination, if I had to guess. Although it doesn't actually. Everything should get passed in basically. So we'll need an agent passed in. So we'll say agent, nav mesh agent, and we'll need a transform array. Say move locations. Yo, Rock of the Marn. Did you just move to Twitch for no reason? And this should give me everything I need, I think. We'll see. I might, it might not. We'll throw determine prey route in here. So what the control agent does on every frame, does it do something on every frame? I feel like it does. It's just, or it doesn't. It just sets the destination and then the nav mesh handles the rest. That's perfect. And all of these states should be able to have access to their respective agent. So instead of hiding nodes, we're going to throw move locations in there. We're going to delete the rest of this because it shouldn't be important. We're going to make all of these private and static until I figure out what actually needs to be public. I don't know if anything does need to be public. Besides the first function. Don't need the update function. Is this missing a closing bracket? Am I crazy? I feel like it must be. And I don't think we're gonna use gizmos. Set path does not exist. What did I do with it? It doesn't exist here either. What did I do with it? Hi Roxy, what's up? We're just doing some AI work right now. Not the new fancy kind of AI, okay, the old decrepit navigation AI. Don't need to worry about that. The agent should be passed in. We'll deal with that later. Oh, okay. We will need a way of communicating. Hold on. So I never even corrected this. Or I did. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna have to pass in the player position as well. Or the agent position, rather. I wonder if the agent would have remove unused parameter agent. Oh, never mind. I wonder if the agent has a, can I say like agent dot transform? Is that dot position equals 3? New vector dot vector 3.0. Does that work? No errors. Okay, so we're gonna use this for this. We need to pass in an agent for this though, which means we need to pass an agent into here, which is very expected. I want to figure out how to do this a little more efficiently though. Because like, hypothetically I can keep looping back to the, I should probably keep looping back to the initial move prey function. If we're going to break down the steps of moving the prey very specifically, it looks like what I have right now is this says determine prey route. Determine prey route does pretty much everything. This is like the function that I actually want to call. So I think what I really want to be doing here, remove this function entirely and start with this. I think travel nodes is generic enough already. And then we're probably going to need to pass the agent into here. Is that the only time you need the agent? That feels crazy if that's the case. You need it all the way at the end too. Where's this called? Can you control F12? Nope. I don't even know what that did. Did I delete everything? No? What did I do? Can I... Okay. I don't know why that would be bound like that, but that's fine. This is going to need to take in a nav mesh agent. This is called here from set path. So set path is called up here. And what it does is it calls get nav mesh destination, gets a vector 3 from it. So I can axe this, okay? This can go into the dumpster pile. If I wanted to be really fancy, I could throw this right in here, but I'm not gonna. Sure. Does that help you? I'll throw this over too. Like, the problem with it is, just, wait, why did that reset? Sure, sure. Like, the second that I go to Unity, though, now this is covering the inspector. That's, like, the really annoying thing. I guess, hypothetically, I can move it all over to the left, but I kind of hate the idea of that. I don't know, I'm used to having my scene view on the left. Maybe I should get over myself, though. So we're going to throw agent in here. And I can delete all of this. And even this, I can just grab this, throw this here, destination point. Where does that come from? Oh, it takes it in. There's something travel node position. So we'll copy this, put this here. And then we'll copy this, delete this. And put this here. Happy? Oh. Damn. Big Sag. Oh my god, I'm gonna scream. It's fine. Now what? Did I There's no way I misunderstood this. Dot position. Jesus. Somebody get me a lobotomy. Because I need it. You can't just dot position the output of that. There's got to be. It can. Oh, I bet I know. All right. I'll just scream. It's nav mesh hit dot position. That's the issue. So this is valid. Was I setting it equal to something before? No, I was just declaring it. And then we're going to say nav mesh hit dot position. And we don't even need that. We do that. Yay. 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 You know, I could chain this really hardcore into a one-line statement. I know that's usually true, but like, damn. Now, hypothetically, this just works. I don't know why this is private. Public. And then I can call this on the enter. Yeah, on enter in all of the things. Let's try it. How can I get access to an agent? sm.agent? Yeah, give it to the state manager. So we're going to say public nav mesh agent. Then we say sadism masochism dot agent. Now we need the transform array, which is going to be resting nodes. And then we need, oh, why? Huh? Huh? Oh, never mind. We good. Now, hypothetically, if I set it to go to resting state, it should move on enter. And for this state, yo, thanks for the follow, Rock of the Marin. On both platforms, I guess. I appreciate it. I think that I need to comment out the start. Yo, thanks for the Twitch follow, Roxy. I appreciate it. And we're also going to comment out the update. The update's already commented out. And then all that leaves is to save everything. Make sure that it is entering resting. Why is this an error? That's fair. That's reasonable, actually. It should go to one resting location and then stop and not do anything else if this code is working right. Did it compile? It's not compiling, is it? What? Please recompile. Please, baby. Please. Why would you not do this? Well, it's a good thing I've got an NVMe in my computer. Okay. We don't... Do I want check switch state? I think I do. Yeah. Because, like, that should be private, actually. It goes straight to... Oh, I never reset the timer, though, do I? I should do that. Yeah. So at the end of this, whether it switches state or not, we should say switch timer equals 0f. And then I have multiple actions that I just tailed off of here, huh? It might switch infinitely, actually. It wouldn't be shocking. See, it's not recompiling again. Why? Why would you do this to me? I saved. You're supposed to recompile. And every time that I look this up, force Unity to recompile, it just... It doesn't show me anything useful. Maybe what I can do is I can try to trick it. If I say, like, Bleh. And then we save that, and then hopefully... No? Oh, you know what the issue is? I bet the issue is that the project name isn't correct. Because it wasn't doing this before. Name. We're gonna exit out of it. Oh. Okay, sure. That's fair. We're gonna throw the nav mesh agent onto the Praise state manager and run it again. I should just take the control agent off of the... Yes! Yes, it moved! Did you guys see it moved one time and then it stopped moving? That is exactly what I wanted it to do. Hell yeah. Anyway. I need to set the timer duration. That's probably an important thing to do. This should be set to 10 seconds. Yeah, 10 seconds is fine. Yeah, I basically guarantee it's because I did this thing, right? Where you change the set project display name. I've never used this before, but given that the name of the project is different than the name of the project folder, that seems weird. Nav mesh testing. All right, let's reload it now. Is it? No, it's not. No, it's not. There's no... I don't even have Hati open right now. What do you mean it's currently open? How satisfied? 1. Ease of use. Bullshit. Editor does not want to recompile. Come on. I hope nothing in here is sensitive. It doesn't even show anything besides the hub open. I guess I'll just get rid of anything that says Unity on it. Okay. I hope I don't have to restart my computer. I don't want to set up the stream again. Project not found. Oh my god, I'm gonna... Alright, it's screaming time, boys. What the fuck? I think that set display name feature must just be bugged. Unless the compiling issue is separate. It might be separate. Lovely. Beautiful. Oh my god, you're just the most perfect thing in the world, aren't you? I've really outdone my... What is happening here? I guess I changed the project folder name, that's why. Let's open... Make another fake change to text the client now? Sure, sure. Yo, thanks for the raid, your gamer Jen. I appreciate it. What's up? How we doing tonight? I am currently creating a state manager for AI in the game that I'm developing. This is going to control the prey characters that the player will hunt down. But I can open up and show you guys the actual game if you want. Because right now I'm just in a testing mode. How's it going tonight? I don't know anything about raiding. This is my second time being raided, okay? My first time was yesterday. I don't even know what raids are for, to be honest. But I appreciate it. Let me give you a follow, GamerGen. Or your local... Are you GamerGen or your local Gen? I'll follow you on both. Sure thing. Unity has been kind of awful tonight. Nice, nice. I'm in a similar boat. So you're a 3D modeler? What was the most recent thing that you modeled? A desk lamp? Cool. Oh, cool. I got you. I got you. What is the game about? Is the game about a desk lamp who goes on a journey around the world to find himself? I think that Unity is actually having a stroke. Cannot handle what's happening. Unity is so cooked. My computer absolutely can't handle this too. It is exclusively Unity's fault. I can't even cancel this opening the project. Yo, thanks for the follow, Pandycoot. I appreciate it. So what's the game about? I want to know. What I'm working on right now though is like basically the prey should be able to go from one to any number of other locations. This is like a pretty I'm at the point where I can like set a transform and it will go to the transform. And it chooses randomly between an array of transforms for it to go to, which is cool. That works perfectly fine. Also, it should switch between which array it uses depending upon the state that it's in. So I've got a bunch for the prey to hide in, which will happen when they're being chased. I've got a bunch for them to drink from for them to eat from, and for them to rest at. And all of these, obviously, like they'll have different animations when they're at those places. The next thing that I need to do is just make it so that it infinitely loops through those states until the player ends up finding them. Yo, thanks for the, I don't know how to, Paranaut? Thanks for the Twitch follow, Paranaut. Is your game up on your stream right now? I could pull up your stream. Anyway, for now, where we were at is this script is basically done, which is freaking Awesome. And we need to go to the Prace State Manager. And we need to make sure that this is always running for every individual state. Superliminal. What type of game is this? Is this a puzzle game? It is a puzzle game. Most innovative first-person puzzle game on the system. This is super cool. So you're gonna mess a lot with like the size of objects and how they exist relative to the player's perspective. Mainly with perspective. Gotcha. So how does the lamp factor in? Is the lamp the first puzzle? The chess piece. Okay, cool, cool. Oh, so you guys are working together on it. That's so cool. With some twists? Heck yeah. So, Jen, you do the 3D modeling, and then does Questing do the programming and stuff like that? Ah, yeah, exactly. I can't believe this is still loading. I think it's just broken. Unity is destroyed tonight. Turning it on will create a door-shaped shadow, which is then actually a door. Heck yeah. I love that. That feels like it would be really hard to program, though. Or is it static? If it's static, maybe not. Okay, cool, cool. I'm glad you got it. I like the confidence. Actually, you know what? I have a build of the game. I don't need to wait for this. So basically, it's just a 3D platformer. You control a wolf. You can run on walls, which is awesome. You can dash. You can vertical dash. You can bite people. And that's the game. Yeah. I mean, that's how I felt about it. I hope other people agree. Well, I went to school for animation. So like that was just what I did, right? Um the hardest part about this by far, the camera. The camera was so even using a Cinemachine, it's incredibly difficult to keep it stable. But I got there. Quaternions are nonsense. Thank you for the follow. No, it's not. It's really not. I would explain. I made an entire video about it if you want to hear about it, but like, it's terrible. You can check it out on my YouTube if you're interested. If you hate yourself as much as I do. But yeah, right now, I already created a much more complicated state machine for Hati, so this should be really easy. But like, alas, that's not how it works all the time. I just need to make sure that this function is running in every state, and for some reason my brain is really struggling with that. Is there anything I can see of your guys' game right now that I could look up? Or do I just have to catch you when you're streaming? So this checks switch state on enter. Why only on enter? Unity camera mimicking live camera stuff for previs? Is that like, was that something separate, or is that for this game where you want it to feel very in the scene for the player? Gotcha, okay. Cool, 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 cool. Well, I'm excited for both of you personally. I want to see what kind of puzzles you guys come up with. I'll put it on my list. Thanks for the recommendation. I mean, you can't make major progress in 3 days. I don't even think that's possible. Then again, like, I am trying to program the entire prey system in 4 days, so I guess I really shouldn't talk. But yeah, I mean, at least right now I happen to have all of my time to devote to it. I'm very fortunate for that. I assume you mean, oh, yeah. Well, I'm trying to do it in 4 days, okay? I'm not saying that I'm gonna be able to do it in 4 days. I guess that's my point, though, is just like, I look forward to seeing your progress, but don't beat yourself up if you don't have a lot in 3 days. Yeah, I mean, get me in another 4 years, okay? Thanks for the follow quest. I think, if I like really, really, really went hard on it, maybe I could have the first level done in like half a year. But even that might be pushing it. I am going for a game of like decent scope though. I really need to make a Steam page for my game. I can't believe I haven't. I mean, like, I can't believe I haven't done that yet because I hate marketing stuff. But like, I've probably been working on it too long to not have a Steam page for it. Oh my god, go to bed. What's wrong? No offense, but like, what's wrong with you? Go to bed. Hi, thanks for the raid. Okay, so I think that we probably want to sm dot. We want to run check switch state from the base idle state. So we're just going to say sm.check switch state, just like that. And then we'll base.tick, and we will copy that for the other three. And hopefully, Unity will recompile. Oh shit, it's not even open. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to work on a game for much longer than 1 year unless it were a pretty massive game, think AAA. I'd prefer to get more people involved to split the work. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, like, it can definitely be argued that I've made a mistake here. But I don't think so. This is how I like to be, okay? I like to be isolated, working on my own projects. That is antisocial. I am antisocial, okay? Like, there's no getting around it. But I also completely appreciate that, like, most people do not think this way at all. Yeah, no. I mean, everyone should do what's good for them, and if that's what's good for you, then that's what you should do. I think that it takes a lot to stick with something for multiple years when you don't even know if you're gonna have any payoff with it, and like everything around it is just super foggy, you know. And I think I'm a little bit crazy for being willing to do that. I bet you could if it were like a day-long project, you know? It's just about scope. You've probably done like tutorial games or something, right? Eh? What does that mean? You've never made any game before? Not even a really small one? Oh wow, look at how well Unity is running right now. I'm gonna scream. I probably won't be able... Maybe I will be able to use Unity, we'll see. Terminate the process. What was it? What kind of game? I guess, I don't know if I've made a game without a tutorial before though. I've just made larger tutorial games. It doesn't need to have polish, right? If it's completed to you, then it's completed. That's what counts. If it's, and I mean, I guess like there should be some like baseline level of playability. Yeah, sure. Go for it. All I'm doing right now is waiting for Unity to die, so. Can you play it in browser, or do you have to download? This isn't gonna destroy my computer, right? I don't know if I've ever used this before. We'll find out. Is this how this works? I honestly don't know. Let's look it up. Open the other file? Oh, did I try to open the crash handler? That's kind of cute. Yeah, but like same issue, right? Oh no. Well, what was it like? Sure, sure. Sorry to make you type it out. Sure, I can just show you. Oh my god. All right, my entire computer is dying. We have to be careful. Unity is crashing my computer. So this is a 3D platformer. This guy's name is Hati. He's a wolf from Norse mythology. He's going to be chasing the incarnation of the moon. And basically, yeah, he does platforming stuff. I hope that answered your question. I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything else today, though, because Unity is dead. I would have to restart my computer, unfortunately. Sure thing. I may as well just play it, because there's nothing else I can really do right now without ending the stream. Maybe I can kill the zombies? P-kill Unity? Like this? Is that an actual command? There's no way, right? PKL is a command line utility that sends signals to the processes of a running program based on given criteria. You are red guy. You have limited bullets and enemies spawn and rubber band to you. The twist is that you can't control where the aim cursor is. Bullets run out unless you kill, and it's very hard not to get swarmed. Survive as long as possible. You don't control where you aim? That's a crazy game. Maybe like less than 2 months. I just got a new computer. So like I'm still figuring it out, and I wasn't gonna put Windows 11 on this. No shot. I mean, I guess I'm gonna probably dual boot Windows, but oh, okay, cool, cool. I mean, that sounds like it's a reasonably complicated game. All right, I'm gonna try Pico, but like, I don't know if Unity is like the right name. Looks like it didn't work. I haven't had any meaningful issues with it until tonight. Have you ever used it on a different OS? Oh, it was not always fine for me on Windows, let me tell you. For some reason, every time I open this, my entire computer flickers. I don't know what it looks like for the stream. And only Ubuntu caused you issues? I don't know what's happening with it tonight. Because, like, it really was completely fine yesterday and the day before. Oh, shit. Guys, careful, an Arch user entered the chat. I mean, yeah, I would imagine, right? Everything is, like, very hard in Arch from what I hear. Until it wasn't, what happened? Did it just, like, degrade over time? Hypothetically, you could just reinstall it every now and then, right? What never works? I'm crazed. Like, the fact that there are so many, I've met so many Linux users on stream is very interesting to me. True, true, true. I mean, I am a weirdo too, I can't lie. I was doing dev stuff before, I just wasn't interacting with other developers, I guess. Well, I appreciate the raid, but there is more stuff that I want to do tonight. So I'm probably going to hop off because I am going to have to restart my computer, I think. But I appreciate all of you. Thank you guys so much for being here, especially for the raid. The raid is awesome. I will definitely, let me make sure that I'm following all of you. Oh, shit. I think I deleted something accidentally. I will keep that in mind. How do I undo a deletion? I was like trying to follow and then I pro gamer right here, okay? The clicks are so good. How do I undo it? I'm sorry. Moderation. Can't undo it? Aww. I'm sorry. Alright. Thank you guys. I will see you.